Long moves that the rules of the House be so far suspended so that House Bill number 5140 be recalled from the Committee on Public Safety, Finance and Policy, be given its second and third readings, and be placed upon its passage.
I recognize the maker of the motion, the member from Hennepin, Representative Long.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is the Comprehensive Gun Violence Prevention Package. It should have been Senate File 4067, but as we have heard 5 times now on the floor, that bill has disappeared and is being held hostage somewhere. We heard that you were instructed not to report it. We heard that we didn't know where it was. We heard yesterday that it will be released at the appropriate time, and I've now come to conclude that that appropriate time is never, and that that bill will be permanently disappeared for the rest of session. So we are moving forward with this urgency today on House File 5140. This is the package that passed the Senate 10 days ago. Minnesotans want a vote. They want action on gun violence prevention. They want action to take into account what has happened in our communities after the tragedy at Annunciation School. They chanted today, hold the vote. We have heard from gun violence survivors, from doctors, from students, from Annunciation families and parents, from community members who have poured their hearts out to us in committee, in their homes, here at the Capitol. They want to know where legislators stand, and today we will. I would turn it over to Representative Greenman, the author of the bill.
I would recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to declare an urgency to take up and pass this House file, this comprehensive gun violence prevention and child safety bill that passed the Senate floor 10 days ago and is sitting somewhere in the Speaker's desk. It's been 260 days since the 2 minutes of rapid, terrifying gunfire tore through the Annunciation Sanctuary, murdering 2 beautiful children, injuring and terrifying hundreds more that were just praying in a church. It's been 816 days since rapid gunfire enabled by a binary trigger device murdered 2 Burnsville police officers and a paramedic responding to a 911 call. It's been 4,976 days since the deadliest workplace mass shooting in Minnesota history at Accent Signage. Too many horrific anniversaries. And it's difficult to escape the sense that we are just biding our time until the next tragedy. The day of the Annunciation shooting, Principal DeBoer counseled, "When you pray, move your feet." And those students and families, joined by tens of thousands of Minnesotans who have been urgently moving their feet, asking us, pleading with us, reasoning with us, begging us to move our feet this session. Families and Minnesotans have used their voice, their stories, their power to petition the government. And members, that's us. This is our moment to decide. Our moment to decide whether we will use our power, to decide whether we will make a choice to act. The Minnesota Senate acted, and now is the time for each one of us in this body, 134 of us, to decide, will we move our feet to respond to this crisis in all of our communities? Or will we look away, turn a blind eye to the horrors of gun violence, and deaf to the voices of survivors, of children, of Minnesotans who are imploring us to act? The story of this session begins long before we came back to this vaulted House chamber. It began in a summer where we were all fundamentally and irrevocably rocked, changed, and altered forever by gun violence. Where Minnesota lost a leader, we lost dear children, and Minnesotans lost patience with continued inaction in the face of a uniquely crisis of gun violence. The session began in Mike and Jackie's living room, where they met with our leaders and many of us to share their stories of their daughter, Harper, and to ask us to act so that no family, no parents, no siblings would have to go through what they were going through. Dozens of parents joined them, engaging their legislators in their grief, their experience, and their hope in us that we will act to respond to their pleas. This session began with student walkouts across the state with kids as young as 5th grade marching and chanting, "We can't outrun a gun," and holding signs demanding the adults that we choose kids, not guns. The session began with blue and green ribbons wrapped around trees, with green ribbons on our jackets, not just in memory, but as a reminder of Melissa would always say, to put our heads down and do the work. And when we got to the Capitol, we were welcomed by days of Annunciation students, families, teachers, and community supporters filling the Capitol Rotunda. There were dozens of little voices singing to us, "I want to see you be brave." That song, still, every morning, I can hear it, and I hope you can too. And we saw that bravery in their classmates and in their parents, in families that for week after week, month after month came in committees, in our inboxes, our offices, and these hallowed halls of the Capitol to share their stories, their grief, their research, and their faith in us. So maybe you heard 13-year-old Lydia Kaiser, who bravely shared what she went through on August 27th, and then called on us under the dome to act. She said, "All children have the right to live free from gun violence. Elected officials have a duty to protect us from guns." Or maybe you heard Lydia's dad, Harry, tell us the story of rescuing her during the pauses of that rapid gunfire on that terrible, terrible day. Or maybe in committee, you heard Brittany, who shared the story of her 6-year-old son, David, who is the youngest survivor of a school shooting in the United States. And she implored us to understand, quote, "The impact of these weapons does not end when the ambulance leaves. It does not end when the hospital discharges. It does not end when the stitches dissolve. It does not end at 6 months. It does not end at a year. This is our life. This is our forever. And for some families, this never ends. Please do not forget us." And they are not alone. Minnesotans are impacted by gun violence in their schools, in their churches, in their workplaces, in their relationships, in their families, and in their streets. It is a heartbreakingly common experience that so many Minnesotans share. And these families, these survivors, are not alone. Families and students have been praying and moving their feet, asking us with urgency to protect kids from this epidemic of gun violence. And so here we are in this room. We have the power to do something about it. We will not end all gun violence with just one policy or in just one session. It's why people across the state for decades have been working on it. And the last few years, we have taken meaningful, life-saving steps together because of that work and that pressure of Minnesotans. And today, we have the opportunity and the responsibility to do more, to enact a comprehensive, evidence-based packages of policies that pass the Senate to help prevent, intervene, and reduce the harm of gun violence on everybody in our community. I implore you to listen to the students, the families, and the nearly 70% of Minnesotans who are asking us to choose kids, choose communities over the guns that are killing them. We did not decide how this session starts, but we get to decide how it will end. And I hope that we decide together to take action for these kids and everyone in our community and vote green to enact comprehensive gun violence prevention.
I recognize a member from Crow Wing, Representative Heinzman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, We can all speak to the issue of gun control on many levels. And I'm sure over the course of this afternoon, the debate will include perspectives that address our own personal feelings and maybe a number of other levels will be brought forward, and I look forward to that discussion, but I do have some questions because really, I think we need to discuss the bill before us and the language that is there and being proposed to the body under this urgency. And I would ask, Mr. Speaker, if the bill author would yield.
Representative Greenman will yield. Representative Heinzman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Greenman, if you could look at page 8, lines 8.1 through 8.13, I'd like to start there. And if you've watched the debate in the other body, this issue did come up, and I think that there was agreement amongst members in that chamber that there were some potential problems here. And so I think since those problems weren't addressed, we should probably talk through that today. And my question ultimately would be, does this section make all handguns illegal? And that might not be the intent, but I'd ask you to focus in on line 8.4, which reads, any feature capable of functioning as a protruding grip that can be held by the non-trigger hand as one of the features that would be made a stylistic issue and illegal under this language. And we'll talk more later, I'm sure, about some of the penalties here. But I am wanting to know very specifically, and I hope that I explain this clearly, Representative Green, because if I get it wrong, feel free to help me understand if there's something I'm missing. I don't think that I am, but in most cases, well, in every case that I'm aware of, handguns have a grip. And in all the years I've been shooting, that grip can be used by the non-trigger hand. And often, when you take gun safety training or take a training course, when I took my training for my concealed carry permit, I was taught to use both hands and to grip a handgun in a way that my non-triggering hand is most certainly utilizing the handgun grip along with my triggering hand. So maybe if you have some clarification there for the body, that could be helpful. And I do have more questions after we get through these.
Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, or Mr. Speaker. And I'm glad we are finally, for the first time, talking about the language that we should have been talking about in committee. My understanding, and this is language that looks pretty similar to the other 12 states that have passed bills like this, is that what this is referring to is when you have a handgun, you have a grip, and then this is an additional protruding grip that could be used by the second non-trigger hand.
Representative Heitzman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If the author would continue to yield.
She'll continue to yield. Representative Heinzman.
Representative Greenman, could you show me in the language where it points out, as you answered, that you're talking about a secondary grip? Because I don't see that, and I read this entire section. That's why I mentioned between 8.1 and 8.13, and I don't see it mentioning a second grip. All I see is it mentioning one. Even in 8.12, any feature capable of functioning as a protruding grip that can be held by the non-triggering hand. That doesn't say anything about a second grip. And any handgun that I've ever seen, and I have a handgun, I've watched others, that single grip can be used with a non-triggering hand. And by my estimation, just looking through this very carefully, it does appear that there is no mention of a second grip. It just says a protruding grip that can be held by the non-triggering hand. There's no mention of a second, if the bill author would yield.
Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Heinzman, if that is your concern, I'm happy to put this on the floor and adopt an amendment that makes it clear that the feature is an additional protruding grip that can be held by the non-trigger hand. That is the intention. My understanding is that this language looks a lot like other places that it has been interpreted that way, but if that is your concern, that is what the committee process was and could have been for if there had been that engagement, and I am happy to take that amendment.
Representative Heinzman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, again, we're debating an urgency today, and Democrats decided that this bill should come before the body, and clearly this is something that is a significant issue. This bill, as written, would make every handgun in the state illegal. Every handgun. And this didn't come up just today. It was discussed recently in the other body, as I mentioned at the beginning of my question, on this particular issue, and there's several more. And I think during that debate, the individual that had worked on this specific language said, "Yeah, that's something that should probably be fixed," but yet the body's here discussing this bill as written, no fix. So I'll move on from that one to another concern that I have on the bill, and that'd be on page 13. I'm going to be jumping around a little bit. I apologize, Representative Grimm, if I get out of order, but this is on the penalties section, which is significant because in other language, other bills that have been introduced by Democrats, there has been a prohibition on sales, but this bill goes after those that possess a firearm. So on lines 13.15 through 13.18, those are the lines that I'm going to focus in on here. And it says, starting in line 13.15, a person who owns or possesses an uncertified semi-automatic military-style assault weapon or large capacity magazine, or who otherwise knowingly violates this section, is guilty of a gross misdemeanor. Here's where my question is. Again, right where I left off in 13.17, a person who is convicted of a second or subsequent violation is guilty of a felony. So, Representative Greenman, I'm wondering about this section because we could be talking about making maybe thousands, hundreds of thousands, I don't know, Minnesotans who are law-abiding gun owners, potentially felons. So I think we should probably talk about this for quite a while, probably over the course of this debate, because it sounds to me in that 13.17 section, a person who is convicted of a second or subsequent violation, that there could be an example of felony level charges being brought for someone who owns, let's say, 2 non-complying items, large capacity magazines, or an uncertified semi-automatic military style assault weapon. So that question is centered around the or in 13.18, because if you're talking about a tip being phoned in or what have you, I don't know how it would work exactly. It's hard to understand exactly how people would get to this point where they'd have law enforcement coming to their door and demanding to search their house. And if they find 2 non-compliant items, are they looking at a felony or a gross misdemeanor, Representative Greenman?
Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think this is a point of sale ban. What we're talking about is somebody who continues to own one of these weapons, which they're allowed to do, and then they have to certify it. And so this is if you do not certify that, it is a gross misdemeanor. Is the question you are asking, Representative Heinzman, is whether you can, in a single instance, get a violation and then a subsequent violation?
Are you
That's
done?
a question for Representative Heinzman.
You're
If
asking
you'd like
him
to
to yield?
yield.
I think I have the floor. Mr.
Representative
Chair.
Heinzman has the floor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I will clarify for Representative Greenman. First, this isn't, as I read the language, a point of sale question. This is a person who owns, not a point of sale issue. But we can continue to discuss this further as we get to the question that I have immediately. We can go back to that. Other clarification I think you were asking for, but a person who is convicted of a second or subsequent violation is guilty of a felony. So the question I have is, if you have 2 non-compliant items and you have law enforcement there trying to decide how to charge this person who was previously a law-abiding gun owner, are they guilty of a gross misdemeanor or a felony under this language?
Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I assume, like you do, that responsible gun owners will want to comply with the law. I also assume that many of the questions you're asking is what the committee time that Speaker Demuth told us we should be doing with this bill. What I know is right now we are on a motion to suspend the rules to declare an urgency, and I believe that that's what the question before the body is. I would like to hopefully get back to the conversation of why we have been waiting to hear this bill in committee to answer many of the questions or have that conversation or amend the bill, but to actually do that work, which the people of Minnesota, with these families, with students have been asking us to do. So with that, what I will say is people have been waiting all session for us to do the work. We heard this, a version of this bill which has changed a lot. We amended it. It was amended in the Senate. We heard it the first day that Democrats had the gavel in public safety. And so what I'm surprised at is you have all these questions now, when what we are saying is we have 3 days left in session to respond to the demands that we just heard out of the chamber door to pass a comprehensive package that the Senate has passed, the Senate has worked on. The bill changed a lot. Some of our changes were incorporated, but because House Republicans refused to even engage in the bill, refused to bring amendments, refused to have the conversation, and now Speaker Demuth refuses to pull a bill out of the drawer, we have to declare an urgency. And what the folks at home are asking, and the only question we should be answering is, are we going to act to do something about gun violence, or are we not?
Representative Heitzman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Greenman, you're asking to declare the urgency today, to look and discuss apparently this bill. And if you're unprepared to defend this language, this bill, that's not on me. I have had the opportunity to read this, and I'm trying to do the best I can to understand the priorities of your caucus and what this bill actually does, as you've requested an urgency. And if Representative Greenman, you don't have the answer to the question and there's somebody else that does, I'd be happy to ask those that maybe might know the bill a little bit better, because it seems that this could be an incredibly difficult section in this bill if you have multiple compounding penalties as a part of this bill. And it's not, as you had said earlier, a point of sale issue. This is a person that owns or possesses an uncertified semi-automatic military style, is the language being used here, weapon, or large capacity magazine. So it seems like if we're going to declare an urgency, it would make sense to have the facts straight and to know exactly what this language does, because people could be going to prison. Mr. Speaker, if the bill author would continue to yield, I would offer another opportunity to let the body know if maybe Representative Greenman has had a chance to hear from another member or has further information on that. Otherwise, I'll move on.
She will yield. Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I said, and I think I answered your question, but as I said, if you want to vote with us on the urgency, then we can get into the body of the bill. That's actually what the motion is. I'm surprised somebody hasn't raised a point of order yet. The question before the body is, do we declare an urgency to respond to gun violence with this bill, with all of these provisions in it, with provisions around mental health, with provisions around intervention with anonymous threat reporting, with provisions around banning weapons of war, and with provisions around banning ghost guns and binary triggers. Intervention, prevention, harm reduction. That's what this bill does. And all I am asking, all my motion says, and I think that the question I have for you to respond to is, if you want to engage, vote with us. Let's declare an urgency. Let's get this bill on the floor, because we have been waiting all session to get the bill on the floor. The bill, which is supposed to be going through committees, maybe to respond to some of your questions. Maybe some of them are even good. But I think that what you're doing right now is either, if it's in good faith, is just using right now as an opportunity to air some of the things you don't like about the bill, but not vote to actually consider it. Or just trying to bait me into conversation, which maybe you're doing. But members, we know what this is about. I know you all know what this is about too. You all have heard the stories. You all are hearing them in your inboxes and in your communities. Vote with us. Let's declare an urgency. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Heitzman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Greenman, I think it makes sense before members vote on whether or not to declare an urgency that they have some idea of what is being brought to the body. And so that's, I think, reasonable for me and others to have questions. And I'm disappointed that we haven't had clarifications on either the two issues I've just asked And so I'll move on to a third. Page 23, so line 23.13. Assembly and manufacture of firearms. The sections or the lines I'm looking at are between the line just mentioned and 23.21. I'll focus in Representative Greenman on first the definition in 23.16, and that's assemble means to fit together component parts. And then on line 23.19, assembling firearms, requirements and limitations. A person who is not a federal firearms licensee is prohibited from assembling and then or manufacturing more than 3 firearms in a calendar year. Representative Greenman, would you continue to yield?
She will yield, Representative Heinzman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So the vast majority of gun owners are not a federal firearms licensee. Would they be prohibited from cleaning their firearm, which requires disassembly, and then once you're finished, reassembly, more than 3 times a year? Representative Greenman.
Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I appreciate you pointing out that one of the things in this comprehensive package is a ban on ghost guns, which are the kinds of guns that show up assembled without serial numbers, so that when they show up in crimes, like the 3 that I mentioned today, and many more that are the reason that we need to declare an urgency, that are being used with guns that cannot be traced back in order to take law enforcement action. That's the reality that this legislation addresses. I'm glad you're looking at it. And again, if we declare an urgency, or I believe that the Speaker said this morning that she was reviewing the bill, that would be another good opportunity. But until we declare an urgency, what is important to know, and what the people of Minnesota are asking, is will we take action on comprehensive gun violence prevention and do it with urgency with 3 days left in session?
Representative Heinzman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Greenman, this is our opportunity before we decide whether or not this bill's ready to go through and address some of the questions that I've had. And so far, I've had 0 clarification or answers as to whether this bill could make law-abiding citizens criminals. And in this section, which you refuse to respond with an answer other than more high-level gun control talking points, is, are you making, under this language you're proposing today, a criminal of an individual that decides to clean their gun more than 3 times a year? Mr. Speaker, if Representative Greenman would continue to yield, I have one final question on this section.
She'll continue to yield, Representative Heinzman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So not only do we have language that makes a individual who's cleaning a firearm a criminal, it appears, if I'm reading this language as it was brought before the body, this is the priority of the DFL today, declaring an urgency that would make someone cleaning their gun a criminal. I'm also wondering if, say, for example, And this is one that was mentioned just the other day, so I'd hope there's an answer. There's been plenty of time to review that discussion. I know it's been busy. Maybe members on the other side of the aisle haven't looked and watched that debate. But if, for example, Representative Greenman, I were to hypothetically remove a magazine from a firearm, and then as a gun safety practice would require, pull the slide back or open up the cylinder on a revolver and confirm that the firearm is empty before cleaning, for example. And then once finished, confirming gun safety practice, confirming that a firearm is safe. What if I reinserted a magazine after bringing a slide back into firing position? Is that assembly of a firearm?
Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think all of the questions you have are assigned to me that you should vote with us on the urgency because you actually want to take up this bill. And so I urge you to do that. One thing I will say and respond is, I know it is easy for you to dismiss the stories of people as gun control talking points, but where I started was not gun control talking points. And so when we hear things like, and I see you shaking your head, and so let me use an I statement. When we hear things like gun control talking points and talking about families and people coming and telling their stories as political theater, what I hear is not listening to those stories. And I don't believe, I hope in my heart that that's not true, but you just dismissed everything I said as gun control talking points, which it wasn't. And so, again, members, it's time to show Minnesota, it's time to show families and students and kids and people in our communities that we are ready to declare an urgency and take up a comprehensive package to intervene, to prevent, and yes, to reduce harm of these weapons of war, of these ghost guns without serial numbers, of these binary triggers that are doing so much damage in our communities.
Representative Heinzman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, Representative Greenman, I'm attempting to understand the bill that you've brought before this chamber today, that you've asked the body to declare an urgency and to discuss. I think these are some of the things that would be of great concern to Minnesotans and would expect us as legislators to get these kinds of things addressed before we skip the committee process, before we simply bring a bill to the floor that obviously has some really significant problems. At least it appears, and the answers that have been well, there wasn't answers. The lack of answers to these questions leave me in a position that I would not want to ever bring a bill that would make an individual cleaning their firearm more than 3 times a year a criminal. So, members, I certainly would not encourage a vote to declare an urgency on language that would make ordinary, law-abiding, good people criminals who are wanting to either follow good gun safety protocols and clearing a firearm safely, and then, according to this language, reassembling that firearm, or simply cleaning a firearm more than 3 times a year under this language. That isn't a bill that I would want to move forward and declare an urgency to have heard before this body today. Mr. Speaker, Having not been able to get my questions answered, I will yield the floor.
I recognize a member from Hennepin, Representative Coulter.
Well, thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Representative Greenman, for bringing this forward. Members, it's graduation season. I know many of us are putting our names on letters going out to graduating seniors. And I want you to think about those graduating seniors who were born a decade after Columbine, who were in preschool for Sandy Hook, 4th grade for Parkland, 8th grade for Uvalde, and started their senior year in the shadow of Annunciation. I want you to think about those seniors who are starting college in the fall, who in their lifetimes have seen no fewer than a dozen mass shootings just on college campuses. They have never known life without the persistent reality of gun violence. Chad, an instructor at Normandale Community College, where my mom taught for many years, said that when Normandale underwent construction, the biggest concern instructors had was protecting themselves and their students from a shooter on campus. He said, professors from every discipline peppered their questions with words like sightlines and access points. As the discussion wore on, I could feel myself getting angry that this is our new normal, an outlandish status quo enabled by civilian access to weapons of war. Members, the disease of gun violence is outlandish and it is uniquely American. Folks, think about the kids. You know, I've never dropped one of my kids off at college, but I have dropped them off at kindergarten. And I'm given to understand the emotions are pretty much the same. You want them to make friends and have fun. You hope they eat right and learn something. Most importantly, you just hope they come back safe. Folks, Minnesotans are begging, pleading, demanding that we do, as the old hymn tells us, save us from weak resignation to the evils we deplore. They are begging us to choose the kids, not the guns.
I recognize a member from Beltrami, Representative Duran.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I was wondering if the author of the bill could yield to a couple questions.
She'll yield, Representative Duran.
Representative Greenman, we've heard on multiple occasions here evidence-based, I guess, statistics in regards to this bill coming forward. Can you please cite those for me, please?
Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many of those statistics were actually given to you in public safety when we handed out many of the reports. We handed out statistics and evidence from the Violence Prevention Project. I believe that was on February 24th. And a lot of that evidence comes from the 10 years that America had an assault weapons ban. Some of that is about the evidence that we have seen in both press and in research about the red flag laws that are strengthened. Some of it is in response to what we know about the year when we had a binary trigger ban. All of that, and again, we had a committee conversation about this. We had tons of material about this. And if we had sent this back to committee, you probably could have gotten an entire new ream of that research. So I am happy to ask your LA to print that off from the hearing that we had 2 months ago.
Representative Duran.
Thank you for that note answer. Will she continue to yield?
She will continue to yield, Representative Duran.
Does Illinois have an assault weapons ban?
Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, Mr. Speaker, yes.
Representative Duran.
Thank you for that. I don't know if you guys know a place called Chicago, Illinois at all, but that has one of the highest rates of firearms death in the country. And there's a firearms ban, an assault weapons ban in Illinois right now. What about Maryland? Will Representative Greenman
She'll
yield?
continue to yield. Representative Duran.
Does Maryland have an assault weapons ban in the state?
Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, it does.
Representative Duran.
Thank you. Baltimore, Maryland has another high rate of firearm deaths in the country. That's just a couple examples of more states that have these types of firearm bans that didn't protect their citizens at all, is what you guys are saying. So I'm just trying to figure out right now, where is the evidence that says what you guys are actually pointing at? Because we have states right now with these assault weapons bans right now that they have some of the highest rates of gun deaths in the country. Could Representative Green yield to another question?
She will yield. Representative Duran.
Okay. With that being said, does the evidence show that assault weapons bans in these states have lowered the crime or the gun violence within those states?
Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me clarify. I believe in the 10 years that we had an assault weapons ban in the United States, 70% less mass shootings. I also want to respond to this throwing out random cities that you don't like. Because that came up in public safety. And what I just want to reference a op-ed that Jackie Flavin, Harper's mother, said, just because I think it's important to bring this into this conversation. This argument, and I'm quoting, quietly collapses all public policy and feels like a trapdoor to nihilism. We heard that criminals will not comply and therefore regulations is ineffective. Criminals do not follow murder laws. That doesn't mean we repeal them. Not everybody follows every law, but laws aren't about creating perfection. They set boundaries, they create friction, they shape what's easy and what's not. We know, and again, you have the evidence. If you were in committee that day and had those reports, and I'm happy to send them to you. I'm happy, we could have, again, if we had the 10 days of committee that we keep hearing this bill should go through committee again, but the bill that you're talking about has actually been through 2 committees in the House, 3 committees in the Senate, and off the Senate floor. So yes, there is evidence, research, not just people's feelings, not just cities they don't like, that shows that this bill will reduce harm and save lives.
Representative Duran.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for that. And there was never once that I ever mentioned that I didn't like these cities at all. The fact of it is, I'm just pointing out the fact that these things are already in place within the United States, in particular states that have a high level of firearm deaths already. And I think that might be something that we want to look at, because if you're saying that there's evidence behind this type of move, then we should have actually the data that shows maybe these particular states in general that have some of the highest crime rates and death rates according to firearms. We should be able to show that a ban on a quote-unquote assault weapons would work, right? But the fact of the matter is that the evidence does not show that. Because we actually have states that have this right now that are actually doing the opposite. So those are a little concerning with me. I'm just saying, if we're going by evidence base and we're going by, hey, we gotta show that to people we're gonna do something. Well, we're about doing something over here because we have multiple plans. layered plans that would actually do this, but the fact of the matter is you guys like to lump things in with it, which would never have any support or has no data to show that it actually works. We have proof right here that shows that this is the opposite. So now let's go back to the quote-unquote assault weapons ban in the United States. Would Representative Greenman yield to another question?
She will yield. Representative Duran.
Was that a correlation or a causation for the ban on assault weapons in the United States? And to continue that, did firearm deaths continue to go down in the United States after that ban was lifted, even though the assault weapons increased in sales?
Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And good news, I have some more data for you. The states with the highest per capita gun deaths in 2024 were number 1, Mississippi, number 2, New Mexico, number 3, Alaska, number 4, Alabama, number 5, Wyoming, number 6, Louisiana, number 7, Arkansas, number 8, Montana, number 9, Tennessee, and number 10, Missouri. And I figured you'd want to know this too. The top 10 states with the lowest gun deaths per 200,000 all have assault weapons ban. Massachusetts, New Jersey, New York, Rhode Island, and Hawaii. So as you ask and you compare, that's an important piece to compare. And absolutely, should we have a federal assault weapons ban? I don't think anybody on my side of the aisle would disagree. I also know America wants that. But what I do want you to know is that that's not just the only thing in this bill. And I know you've had 10 days to consider it. I know that your speaker's been, I mean, at this point, it's only, how many pages is it? It's 46 pages. So she's almost had, you know, she could read 2 pages a day. What I think is important is that it is definitely banning weapons of war. It is also banning binary triggers. It is also banning ghost guns. It is investing in behavioral health. It is investing in anonymous threat reporting. It is investing in mental health. And it is investing in interventions. So when we talk about a package, I know that you're trying to collapse it into the things, I think, I'm not going to speak for you, but it seems like you like the least. But what people are asking for is that prevention and intervention has to go hand in hand with harm reduction. And the way you reduce harm is with the weapons that were built for battle to shoot as fast as possible and kill as many people that are in our communities. And this bans those two.
Representative Duran.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I don't know if you guys noticed or not, but she didn't actually answer the question in regards to is this a correlation or causation for the weapons ban that was in the United States? Because what happened was even though there was a 10-year ban on this, it did decrease. But afterwards, for like another 10 years, the actual homicide rate continued to drop while the increase in these quote-unquote assault weapons actually increased. Again, if we're going to go with the data and we're going to go with the facts, these are the simple things that we're quite like just leaving to the side and not really coming to fruition with. We're ignoring the data, which we say that this is evidence-based at this point in time, but everything that I said was just a simple thing. And you know what? Those states, I actually have verified that it's the most gun deaths. Not per capita, not any other way you want to spin this. Just a simple search. Okay? That is where I came up with that. So it's mind-boggling to me how we're just leaving out all this factual information, somehow just completely gets pushed to the side when we're saying this is evidence-based at this point in time. So there was no actually causation. There could have been a correlation with this, but those two are vastly different. So if we want to continue with the data, if we want to continue with the facts, I think we should. And I think it is absolutely appalling how we want to leave this out and play games with emotions. This is an emotional topic. No one likes what happened. Nobody does. Me being a responsible gun owner, I worry about this too. I don't want none of this to happen. No one does. But to make law-abiding gun owners felons because of something that you guys are uncomfortable with is just wrong. If we want to follow the facts, follow the facts. Don't lie to the people of Minnesota. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Crow Wing, Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, it's been well established already what this bill does and what it doesn't do, and I will speak to what it doesn't do is it will not prevent these crimes from happening in the state of Minnesota. It won't. But what it does do is criminalize law-abiding citizens. I don't think you realize, Representative Greenman, how many gun owners own these type of rifles and won't ever be willing to give them up because they understand too that bills like this will never prevent evil, wicked people from doing those evil, wicked things. And that's the thing I noticed too. You don't ever condemn those evil, wicked people. I haven't heard that. I'm sorry, I haven't. What I hear is the evil, wicked condemnation of the tool used. But you have not done a good job of condemning the criminal. And to me, that is very sad. Evil, wicked people do these evil, wicked things. And we've brought forth legislation and ideas on how to prevent school violence against children. And it was your way or the highway. You wouldn't listen to us. You wouldn't work with us. And we tried. See, I understand the wisdom our founders had. Shall not be infringed. And you see, Minnesota, that's what this bill does right here. It infringes upon your rights declared to you in the Constitution. That's what this bill does. It doesn't prevent any crime. And big government has a history of doing this, and you can study this all across the world in world history. Nations that do this, that want to really control the population, the first thing they like to do is disarm the citizenry, and that's what this bill's trying to do. It's trying to disarm the citizenry. In Minnesota, I don't think you're okay with that. Certainly not in Crow Wing, Itasca, or Cass County, and many other counties in the state of Minnesota. So I know exactly what this bill is about. Big government, again, will decide for you what you can have and what you can't, how many rounds you can have and how many you can't. Yeah, they're not going to dictate that for me. They're not going to dictate that for my district. Because it is the right of the people. And you're not going to get around that. You're not. And I'm very grateful that we have a speaker that understands that as well. This bill doesn't do anything to deter crime. It just makes law-abiding citizens criminals. That's what it does. That is the truth of this bill. And you can say that this motion to suspend the rules isn't about the actual bill. It's about taking up discussion on the bill. Oh, come on. Because that's totally what it was about yesterday, wasn't it? On the urgency. No. I know what this bill is. It's an attack on our rights. Shall not be infringed. That's what I'm going to stand for today. And I'm going to continue to work with legislators who will listen to bring forth legislation that'll actually help our kids in schools to protect them. Because we got a lot of good ideas over here on this side of the aisle, and I would encourage you to start listening to them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the member from Scott, Representative Tabke.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And a few short weeks ago, I stood here on the House floor and we talked about high-capacity magazines. And we talked about we, at that point, needed a single Republican member to come with us to do and move forward with discussion and actively talking about the ways how a high-capacity magazine ban could save lives in the state of Minnesota. And we've had lots of opportunities, and we're asking Republicans again to stand with us today against gun violence and against, as you mentioned, Representative, about how the people who commit these crimes. And so this is a comprehensive package talking about mental health. And when we had those conversations on the floor a few weeks ago, it was always what about this and what about that and what about this and what about that, and not about the substance of the bill that was actually in front of us that day for discussion. And with that, today we have the opportunity to talk about comprehensive gun safety measures. We have the opportunity to do that and have a full discussion about the bill and the details of it. And that is important to me because in my community, over the course of the last 2 school years, my wife's a high school teacher, got 2 kids, have had 2 kids in the high school, and we have had 2 major lockdowns in Shakopee High School over the course of the last 2 school years. And our children are living in fear that is only, that has been multiplied exponentially by what happened in Annunciation, what happened to Melissa and Mark and Gilbert. And from that, we have had so many episodes of gun violence in our state. This is an opportunity to do it, to take care of our students, take care of our teachers, and take care of everyone in the state of Minnesota. And so I'm asking you to join us in moving forward with this gun safety package. And it's really interesting, the 2 lockdowns that happened in our school in Shakopee were ones that come from a fear around guns today and a fear around what is happening every single day in our communities across the state of Minnesota. The first one was a lockdown because someone shot off fireworks, and I had calls and texts from folks all across, from my family and folks across the state asking if my family was safe and if people were okay. People are living in fear because of guns, and they are begging us to do this work. Another one, we had students at Shakopee High School that were thrown to the ground and guns pointed at them because they were having a squirt gun fight. And so this is the kind of thing, by not taking action, that is happening in our communities today. And we can move forward and we can get these things done. And I ask you to help us suspend the rules so we can have an honest discussion about a comprehensive gun safety package and move forward here in the state of Minnesota. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the member from Wright, Representative Hudson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not a big gun guy, personally. Not a gun enthusiast. I didn't grow up around guns. My dad was kind of aloof. He's a unique individual. And he didn't go hunting. I can tell you a funny story about the one time he took me fishing. I won't share it here, but you can catch me in the corridor if you want to hear it. It's pretty hilarious. And I also didn't grow up around a lot of hazard. I was fortunate. I wasn't in a tough town. And we moved a few times. Grew up in Michigan, moved to Minnesota. Always decent neighborhoods. Never had to worry about somebody trying to encroach upon the rights and life of our family, which is a blessing. It's a blessing that a lot of people do not necessarily get to experience throughout their young lives or their entire lives. That said, I'm extraordinarily grateful that my sons have their grandfather, not my dad, but my wife's dad, my father-in-law. One of the most honorable, noble, intelligent, self-educated men I have ever encountered in my life. I'm glad they have him because he can teach them the things that my dad didn't teach me. Specifically, on a whole realm of issues, but specifically relevant to this bill, gun safety, and the specifics regarding firearms. What you want to do is make him a felon for owning what he owns. He might not appreciate me disclosing this, but the fact of the matter is, if his firearm collection were to be seized, my God, they would have to contract the 49ers to come in and bring heavy equipment to drag it out. Now, he's never threatened anyone. He's never harmed anyone. But you want to make him a felon. To hell with that. To hell with that. Are you out of your minds? You know, it's interesting, this back and forth. I appreciated Representative Bennett rising yesterday. I was listening as I was sitting in the hospital as my son was undergoing surgery, voting remote, to the conversation we were having on the bill, the urgency that you raised regarding the amendment to merely state that preborn life, should be life. We should recognize that under the law. You think that's ridiculous. You think that's extreme. My God. But anyway, I was listening to her, and she made the very solid point that everything we're doing right now is ridiculous. And trust me, I've talked to people. I've talked to constituents. This whole political back and forth, I know that we're bored, right? Like we're trying to figure out ways to use the time before Sunday to get in as many political jabs as we possibly can on both sides of the aisle, on the assumption that anybody outside of here cares. Trust me, they don't. They ain't paying attention. They don't care about our little squabbles. But what they do care about is their rights. What they do care about is life. And it's very interesting to me, the strategy between the two sides of the aisle. We bring up a couple of days ago a bill that you guys authored that's going to impose $35,000 worth of taxes on every single family in the state of Minnesota for no reason. It doesn't do anything, doesn't accomplish a damn thing other than completely depleting the capacity of Minnesotans to live. That's what it does. And you come back yesterday with, we'll get them. Well, I know what we should bring up. We should bring up that unborn life shouldn't be regarded as life. There's a consistency there. Your life isn't yours. If you don't qualify in our minds as a real person, we don't care about you. We can destroy you at will and call it bodily autonomy. And now this, saying that my father-in-law, who has been a loving grandfather to all 4 of his grandchildren, my 2 nieces and my 2 sons, should go to prison unless he turns over his guns to you. It'll be a cold day in hell. A cold day in hell before that happens. One of the 2 men who stands between those children and the threats that you have fostered against me. And that leads me to my overriding point, which is, you know, you guys like to talk about weapons of war. Weapons of war. Oh. Let's talk about the ideology of war. How about that? How about the ideas, the thoughts, the motivations that drive people to commit violent acts? 2024, Brooklyn, New York. Ismaiah Brinsley shot and killed 2 NYPD officers, execution style, in the patrol car. He explicitly cited revenge for the police killings of Eric Garner and Michael Brown, posting anti-police messages tied to Black Lives Matter protests, classified as black nationalist anti-police extremism. July 7th, 2016, Dallas, Texas, Mikkel Xavier Johnson, a black nationalist with anti-white and anti-police views, ambushed and killed 5 police officers and wounded 9 others using a rifle during a peaceful Black Lives Matter protest against police brutality. He had expressed hatred for white officers. July 17th, 2016, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Gavin Eugene Long, a black nationalist and sovereign citizen, adherent motivated by anti-police grievances and recent officer-involved shootings of black men, ambushed and killed 3 police officers and wounded 3 others with a rifle. June 14th, 2017, Alexandria, Virginia. James Hodgkinson, a left-wing activist and Bernie Sanders supporter with strong anti-Republican and anti-Trump views, opened fire with a rifle and pistol on Republican lawmakers practicing for a congressional baseball game. He wounded 6, including Representative Steve Scalise, who was critically injured, before being killed by police. July 13th, 2019, Tacoma, Washington. William Van Spronson, an anarchist, Antifa supporter, attacked the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE, F-ICE. You got those signs over there, don't you? In your office building, right over there? You can go look at them right now, right? Like, if you happen to be, I don't know, you listen to this, you happen to be a block away at the Centennial Office Building, you can snap a picture of these people saying F-ICE, which is the exact motivation of this person to kill with a firearm.
Mr. Speaker,
the ideology of
point
war.
of parliamentary
the
inquiry.
ideology of war.
State your point of parliamentary
What item of
inquiry.
business are we on?
Well, I think you know we're on the suspension of the rules. Your member made the motion.
Okay, just checking.
Representative Hudson.
Thank you for confirming that I'm hitting a nerve, right? It's very obvious, very obvious. And by the way, I'm not done. And because of the rules we have here, I get to go as long as I want. So buckle up, right? Okay, August 29th, 2020, Portland, Oregon. Michael Reinhold, a self-described Antifa supporter, shot and killed Aaron Danielson during clashes amid protests. He was later killed by police. February 14th, 2022, Louisville, Kentucky. Quintez Brown, a black nationalist, entered the campaign office of Democrat mayoral candidate Craig Greenberg with a 9mm pistol and fired multiple shots, motivated by opposition to Greenberg's candidacy. You know what? I'm going to spare you most of these. I really am. I mean, I could go on for hours. but I won't. How about these two? Charlie Kirk, shot through the throat on live television. My 12-year-old saw that. He knows who I am. He knows what I do. What do you think that does to his psychology? How do you think that helps him sleep at night? Especially when he sees how you and your leaders at the state and national level respond with glee and celebration and excuses. The ideology of war is what puts us at danger, not the weapons of war. My father-in-law has weapons of war. He takes pride in it. He's a historian, self-taught. He'll bore you to death with his knowledge of historical weapons. But you know what he's never done? He's never picked up one of those weapons in order to harm another human being. And you want to make him a felon. To hell with that. Never. It's never going to happen. And of course, just a few weeks ago, less than a month, depending on who you ask, a third or sixth attempt on the life of the President of the United States. And what did Cole Allen tell us in his manifesto that he so conveniently provided for us to review as to what his motivation was? Was it the guns that he was carrying that made him deadly? Or was it the ideology, the ideas, the things that you people say every day and repeat in the media, and that the media eagerly reposts, that informed his desire, his sense of moral conviction that he should become an assassin? His manifesto was coherent. It had moral reasoning and logic. The only thing it lacked was an accurate and righteous moral base. But it was entirely in tune with everything that we see from your side of the aisle on a daily basis and filed in this hopper with your bills. Totally consistent. You're against gun violence. Give me a break. Virtually every gun mass shooting that's taken place in recent years has been a leftist. Annunciation was a trans activist who hated Christians. That's who it was.
Point of parliamentary inquiry.
Here we go.
State your point of parliamentary
Prove my point.
inquiry.
Does Representative Hudson know that he has a microphone in his hand? He doesn't need to yell.
Representative Hudson.
Yeah, I guess I don't need to yell. But you know, I have to imagine when my constituents see me yelling on these particular points, they're probably standing up and cheering wherever they're at. Because so few people are willing to confront you on this BS. So few people are willing to openly tell you how full of it you are. Virtually every mass shooter in recent years has been motivated by leftist ideology. It is the ideology of war. Hassan Piker, platformed by the New York Times, says we should murder people who own property. Murder. Just straight up, kill them. Let their capitalist blood run in the streets. That's a verbatim quote. I haven't heard anybody on that side of the aisle condemn that at all. I've seen a lot of bills that are in line with that rhetoric, though. Right? Yeah. A lot of discomfort in the room right now. I get it. I'd be uncomfortable too if I was associated with open murderous intent. Courted by the likes of AOC, Gavin Newsom, what's his name in Chicago, Brian Johnson or something.
Mr. Speaker.
Mayors, governors.
Mr. Speaker.
Representative Liebling,
Yeah,
are
go
you
ahead.
attempting to be recognized?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to a point of order under Mason's 124, and there are a lot of other rules. This is unbelievably inappropriate, both the tone, both the accusation. This is, I don't even know if the member is sober, honestly. And this is really inappropriate, Mr. Speaker, and I would ask you to tell the member to discontinue. He is embarrassing himself, and this has gone on long enough.
Representative Hudson, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and you can see the depths to which the other side is willing to go to not hear the truth. Everything I'm saying is confirmable. It's demonstrable. We have an ideology of warfare. 20+% of people who identify as very liberal think it's okay to engage in violence for political effect. On the other side of the spectrum, the extreme right, it's 3%. You can have a couple of drinks and still understand that, right? I mean, I could be blitzed and still take you down. That's the amazing part about this, right? You're so out of sync with reality that it doesn't require any talent to destroy you, metaphorically, right? Let me make one other point, because I know you're tired of it. I don't care that you're tired of it, but let me make one other point. So, you claim you care about gun violence. Gun violence, super important. We need to do something about gun violence. Why is it then that every time somebody from a protected class commits gun violence, you let them back out onto the street? How about that? How about Mary Moriarty, the 31st arrest? Well, he clearly just needs to go in a circle and chat, think about what he did, and then maybe the 32nd time he'll decide, I don't want to cause physical harm to my neighbors. What you want to set up with this urgency is you want to set up a situation based upon your previous behavior and the behavior of the people who you support. You want to set up a situation where my father-in-law, who's never harmed a damn person in his life, goes to prison for years for merely owning a weapon, while people in Minneapolis who are using weapons against their neighbors are set back out onto the street on probation, parole, commutation, right? The good guys lose, the bad guys win. That's the DFL. That's Minnesota Democrats, 100%. This is the stupidest urgency you possibly could have raised, and you're going to regret it.
I recognize the member from Ramsey, Representative Moeller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, that last speech was interesting in light of the fact that we can look over and see the seat of Melissa Hortman, who was killed by a gun in an act of political violence. And when many of us, probably most of us, were on the list of the assassin who also shot the Hoffmans. I also heard the member say that we're just wasting time. This isn't serious. This isn't a waste of time to the victims who've died, to the families of the victims who've died in Minnesota. It's not a waste of time to the victims of gun violence or those who have died. In the cases that I've worked on as a prosecutor for over 20 years and have seen gun violence throughout the state of Minnesota, both when I prosecuted cases in Greater Minnesota for the Attorney General's office and in my time at the Hennepin County Attorney's office. I also heard the member say that our bill is depleting the capacity of Minnesotans to live. Do you know what's depleting the capacity of Minnesotans to live? It's the guns. And in all of those examples that you gave, the common denominator was the gun. You also talked about what your child saw on TV. I've heard what those children saw sitting in the church that day. I also know how children fear this, and I want to tell you the story of one of my constituents. My constituent, Anya, she started a Students Demand Action chapter at our local high school. And when she was a college student, she still is, but she wrote a poem, and I'd like to read her poem to you about how gun violence impacts her life. It's called You Are. You are a freshman. Lockdown, lockdown, the words break through, a normal school day, and your heart nearly stops until you hear the words. This is just a drill. And so you and your classmates squeeze into the corner, lights are turned off, doors locked, and you wait. You think about homework, you think about sports, you think about how bored you are, and you think about how this is just a drill. But what if next time it's not? You are a sophomore at school, on a weekend, and someone tells you there was a threat on social media. A student wrote to another student, I'm going to shoot you in English tomorrow. Your parents ask you if you want to go to school the next day, and you said yes because you were naive, because you don't understand what could happen. School the next day is a place of fear, of tension. Police stand watchful in the halls, and so it looks more like a prison than a school. You are a junior. You pass a group of boys on your way to chemistry class. They are playing with a balloon when it pops and one of the boys says, he's got a gun, as a joke. You don't go to chemistry that day. You are a senior sitting in class, looking out the window, watching police pace between cars with their dogs. You wonder what they're looking for. And then later you hear a rumor, just a rumor, that someone threatened to shoot a teacher. You are a freshman in college. When a shooter enters a school in Georgia with a gun and kills people, barely into the start of the school year, you text your mom. I'm sure you saw this already, but this breaks my heart. It's only the first day of school. So many prayers are needed. And your mom responds, I did, so sad and so angry about it, praying for those affected and for lawmakers to wake up. And you yourself hope and pray too that finally, your government will wake up so that not one more student, teacher, mother, father, sister, brother, person has to die. It's time to wake up as lawmakers in this chamber and move to suspend the rules and declare an urgency to take up this crucial bill.
I recognize a member from Todd, Representative Wiener.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think in the discussion today there's been something that's been missed, something that I think is crucial, that needs to be addressed. When the shooting happened at Annunciation, obviously as a father and a Catholic, one of the first things I did is spend some time in church praying for the souls of the individuals in that situation. I prayed for their families. As there's a solitude in the quiet confines of a church, staring at the altar, feeling the grief that was going on, praying to God that it never happens again. Living Church of God in Wisconsin, another tragedy, 7 people. Charleston, West Virginia, Black Christian Church. Sutherland Springs Baptist Church, Burnett Chapel, Church of Christ. And what do each of these shooters have in common? What do each of those individuals, those madmen, have in common? They hated Christians. Every single one of them. They promoted it. They put it out on the internet. They had it on Facebook or different sources. Ideologies that said, we hate Christians. We saw an example of it right here on our Capitol lawn. When a cross, a display, was destroyed, just a cross. The persecution of Christians is right here on our Capitol lawn. Because you see, most human rights groups will verify that Christians are the most heavily persecuted group across the globe. We saw it with Charlie Kirk, killed for his religious views. And what we've seen throughout history, when government tries to dictate, tries to do things. Well, here, I'll give some examples. Maybe you've heard of the Armenian genocide. Armenian civilians, soldiers, were disarmed and executed by the thousands, hundreds of thousands. Khmer Rouge, the communist regime of Pol Pot disarmed the population after taking power in Cambodia in 1975. 1.5 to 2 million people died from execution, starvation, forced labor, and disease. Many of them were slaughtered after the government took away their guns. Rwanda, after the government took away their means to protect themselves, hundreds of thousands were exterminated. Genocide, many of them for their religious views. We're seeing this in Nigeria right now. Tens of thousands of people killed after they're disarmed for their religious views once again. But two of the most glaring, I would say, is the Nazi regime. You see, the socialists then decided that the best way to control the population was to take the guns away, just as the socialists now are trying to take our guns away. And the next example, Stalin. Tens of millions slaughtered when the communists then took away the guns, just as the communists now are trying to take away our guns in this state. Because you see, it's a master stroke of evil to convince people who are being persecuted that the best way to protect themselves is by disarming. That is pure evil. In our Constitution, our Bill of Rights, our framers knew that government can easily be corrupted, and an armed citizen was the best means to protect us from these exact situations. And now we're hearing that the only way to protect ourselves is to give up our guns. History tells me that's a bad idea. So contemplate that. Look at the numbers of people who have been slaughtered after they gave up the means of protecting themselves, and then ask why we would do it again in our own country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the member from Goodhue, Representative Altendorf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. The veil has been lifted on this gun bill. I want to talk to the parents and the families that have endured this tragedy. And my heart just breaks for you. My heart breaks for everyone who's been affected by the Annunciation shooting and the other shootings that have happened. But members, this is very, very sad what's happening here. This is an opportunist political theater. This is about the 2026 election. This is about a vote. This is about campaign literature. The veil has been lifted. If the Democrats wanted to protect our children and to make safe schools, we certainly have that opportunity. That's not this bill. How do we know? And again, to the parents and the people who have been affected, my heart literally breaks for you and what you are being put through. Governor Walz, right after the Annunciation shooting, said he was going to call a special session and he was going to make the Republicans take a vote. That never happened. Why? Because the Democrats knew they did not have the votes to pass it. The Democrats today chose to bring an urgency on an omnibus bill. It's not a serious piece of legislation, and they know it. They all know it in their hearts. They could have chosen to bring a single subject bill, something that was just addressing one thing: binary triggers, ghost guns. They could have brought a bill today that was to register your guns, because that's what this bill does. It's asking Minnesotans to register their guns. They could have done it, but they didn't. Why? Because they want to say that they are fighting for gun control. They want to remove weapons of war. They're looking for common sense gun legislation, and yet they brought this bill that they knew was never going to pass. They brought a bill that members in our own caucus have told me they would never vote for, because this is the most extreme gun regulation bill in the country. So they want a no vote from the Republicans, and hoping that the public is naive enough to understand that this was not really ever about weapons of war or common sense gun legislation. This bill was an I got you political vote. That's what this is. Because the Republicans in this House stand firm on our constitutional rights, our Second Amendment rights. The Republicans in this House will not allow law-abiding Minnesota citizens to have their guns taken from them. And Representative Heinzman did a great job of going through the details of this bill. That this would make felons of many Minnesota gun owners that have a handgun. It would make felons of Minnesota gun owners that have a rifle that they use for hunting. That's what this bill does, members. It was a poison pill from the beginning. It's political theater.
And I'm so sorry to the families that continue to be pushed into this, that do not want to be on this, because the Republicans do want school safety. We have fought for school safety. The Republicans do want mental health. And the Democrats refused. It had to be tied to the poison pill for the political talking points. Representative Greenman, on April 20th, filed a protest and dissent. Her and other members of the Democrat Party against me and Representative Warwas. And it's in the House Journal, so anyone can look it up. But a protest and dissent, because we were trying to have honest conversations about what the Annunciation shooters said in their own words of why they chose Annunciation School and the ideology that drove them to this. So members, today the veil has dropped. Either we are going to have honest conversations, truthful conversations about what is really the problem in our schools, what's really the problem that's causing these shootings that none of us want to see. We either have to be honest and have these truthful conversations, or we will continue to drag these families through this emotional turmoil, saying that you are against weapons of war and gun violence when you are bringing to the floor unconstitutional bills. Bills that would make felons of legal gun owners all across the state of Minnesota, while here in Minneapolis, October 15th, just to give you an example, October 15th of 2025, Hennepin County Attorney Mary Morardi, I can put up here, but she made a new policy that if, basically I'm paraphrasing, but that if you're pulling someone over for a traffic stop, there would be no extra charges if they had a gun. Wow. Wow. So the people, the criminals, will continue to get away. The ideology that drove the shooter of Annunciation and so many other shootings still exists. And meanwhile, the Democrats choose political theater over productivity of us actually getting meaningful legislation done to protect our precious children in Minnesota.
I recognize a member from Carver, Representative Ream.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you, Representative Greenman, for bringing this bill forward. I really appreciate the work Representative Greenman has done. I serve on the Public Safety Committee. We did a lot of work on these bills. It was a great privilege and an honor to be in the room, hearing the testimony, listening to the stories, but it was also really disheartening, I will say. We have a uniquely American problem here. If you look at gun violence rates in other countries, you'll see that by far the US has an alarmingly high rate of gun violence, an alarmingly high rate of school shootings. And today I want to center you on a letter we received from Bill, who lives in Northfield. I am a gun owner, hunter, retired teacher, and a father. I am deeply concerned about gun violence. Guns are inflicting insurmountable damage to our communities. My wife and I know it's only a matter of time until we personally are affected by a massacre, unless change happens. When my wife and I consider attending large events, we first consider the risk of a gun massacre. When we do choose to attend, I carry a tourniquet and a first aid kit. It is difficult to imagine the trauma our children have to face, given the fact that active shooter drills are now a regular routine in our schools. Exposing children to the risk of another school shooting is insane. So thank you, Bill, and thank you to all the people who wrote, expressing their concerns, expressing their wish that these bills are heard, that we have an honest, robust debate here on this House floor. And I want to say that Minnesotans do care. We've heard that Minnesotans don't care. They care. They care a lot. And you'll see that if you haven't already. Minnesotans want us to do something. More than say something, they want us to do something and take action. So I choose to live in hope that at least one of you on the other side will vote to protect Minnesotans. It is past time to end what Pope Leo would say is a pandemic of arms. Please vote green. Thank you.
I recognize a member from Carver, Representative Nash.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll provide a little bit of an alternative view from another member from Carver. Is Representative Greenman on the floor? Would she yield to some questions?
She will yield, Representative Nash.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Greenman, in page 2 of your bill is where you begin the appropriations. Do I need to give you a second for you got it? Okay. When you start your appropriations on page 2, can you point to me where the appropriation is for enforcement from either BCA or local police agencies for any of the things that you're trying to make a felony?
Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for asking me to yield so I can just address one thing that I think is really important. And I'm glad you brought it up, Representative Altendorf, who I see is not yet.
Mr. Speaker, I thought I was asking a question. I'm not sure if we're getting to that.
Representative Nash.
Mr. Speaker, I thought I had the floor. Didn't you?
Did you ask the question,
Mr. Speaker,
Nash?
a point of order I would ask of you is, I believe I asked Representative Greenman to yield to a question to me, not of somebody else.
What did you say?
Mr. Speaker, point of order.
State your point of order.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Greenman had the floor. Representative Nash asked her to yield. She was responding to him. So you should return to Representative Greenman to answer the question.
So that's advice, not a point of order. Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Nash. I will for sure get to you, and I'm sure you have many questions for me. But this is really important, and this is important, I know, to many families listening, because that's why I filed this protest in dissent. And what happened was in committee with families of Annunciation in the room, Representative Altendorf read from the Annunciation Shooters Manifesto, platforming that shooter in their own words. And one thing we know is, and I heard directly from victims, hearing elected officials read aloud from the writings of a person who murdered or injured their child is painful, unsettling, and traumatic. And people who come to this body to share their stories, which is where I started, to ask us to take action, they shouldn't have to live through that again. They shouldn't have to be re-traumatized. But repeating the words of a shooter in public, and it happened again on the House floor, and on official platforms also raises serious public safety risks, and there's been decades of research that notoriety and fame is a well-known motivating factor in mass killings. Responsible action is crucial to reducing potential copycat crimes, which is exactly why FBI and experts have warned against publicly amplifying, repeating the words and notoriety of perpetrators. I wasn't planning on bringing this up, but since it brought up, we did file it. And I would just remind folks that when families, and I know many of you have talked to these families, but there are families of violence, all kinds of violence, families of trauma, that when they come and they tell their stories, it is incumbent upon us to make sure that they can tell their stories without being re-traumatized. And it is also incumbent upon us to be responsible with our public platform and responsible with how we talk about and respond to public safety risks. So thank you, Mr. Representative Nash, for giving me a chance to address that. What you asked about, I think, was the fiscal note, which would have been a great thing to talk about in committee. And it would have been a great thing to talk about 10 days ago before the budget resolution was released, because that's how long the bill has been sitting in a drawer that the Speaker has had. So what I know is it's passed off the Senate floor, and I heard, again, Representative Altendorf say we didn't have the votes, but 34 Democrats voted for this in the Senate. And you said we didn't bring standalone bills, but we actually did bring a standalone bill, try to get a standalone bill on the assault weapons ban, try to get a standalone bill on the high-capacity magazine ban. We took a vote on binary triggers in committee, and I could probably go on and on. So we actually have tried that, because we are not going to give up any tool we have to use the power we have to respond to the demand outside of these halls. And that's where this is at, and that's what we're having a conversation about today, is the urgency with taking up this bill.
Representative Nash.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, members, that is the sound of someone not knowing their bill or how they plan to pay for the enforcement of creating tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of felons, apparently. So I'll point out to you, if you look at the appropriations piece of the bill, there is no appropriation for the creation of enforcement. So Representative Greenman's bill, if it's even her bill, has created a paradigm by which you must self-report. If you do not self-report, which was the gist of my question, what happens then? Well, apparently she would like police to go door to door, maybe, but hasn't appropriated any money for that. But I'll move on. So Representative Greenman, if you would yield for another question, and just the question, maybe yield. Not another diatribe, but if you would yield to a question, please.
She will yield, Representative Nash.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Greenman, throughout the bill, but particularly on lines 9.7 and so on, you're asking for background checks to be performed for transfers of magazines and other things, correct?
Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would note the reason that there is not appropriations for law enforcement to go door to door is because that's not in this bill. So there is that. We don't appropriate for things that aren't here. There is an appropriation for the Bureau to create the certification of ownership provision, and there is a fiscal note on, if I believe you're talking about the assault weapons provision, or the high capacity magazine provision on 8 point whatever you cited, or 9.7.
Representative Nash.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, not really an answer. So when somebody goes to perform a NICS check, it's going to require labor of whomever you go to do that with, whether it's at a local sheriff or a local police, or if you go to the BCA, or if you go to a gun store to do a background check or a NICS check on the things that you're asking NICS checks to do. And you do say that if you have a weapon or large capacity magazine, so if someone had a number of large capacity magazines that they wanted to transfer to another person, they would then have to go and have that done somewhere. And Representative Greenman does not provide for that to happen. They're going to assume in an unfunded mandate sort of way, which you all are so good at if you remember some of your things that you did during the trifecta. The unfunded mandate that is created there is going to be borne by, and Mr. Speaker, if we could quiet the chamber down.
Members, please take your conversations to the alcove.
Quite loud behind me. That'll do it. But you're going to have to create a lot of unfunded mandates on law enforcement agencies who are already stretched thin when they have to come up with more labor hours to put at their window, much like when you go and renew your permit to carry. There is a NICS check that is done on the person when they file for theirs. Then it's also done once a year to make sure they're still a permitted person. But these magazine background checks and transfers for any other type of weapon you're going to have to do, and you have no mechanism to pay for that. So that seems to be quite problematic. Another question for the author, if I could, Mr. Speaker.
Will you yield, Representative Greenman? She will yield, Representative Nash.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Greenman, in the first instance that I've seen, line 8.4, moving down through 8.14, you talk about a list of things that would make something prohibited. Are you familiar, Representative Greenman, with what a thumb hole stock does on perhaps an Olympic rifle that someone might use in the biathlon?
Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, or Mr. Speaker. I have never seen a biathlon. I've never met a biathlon, and I've never seen their gun.
Representative Nash.
Well, being Norwegian, Mr. Speaker, I have. A biathlon event is where you cross-country ski and then you shoot, and you shoot a bolt-action single-round rifle that has a thumbhole stock, which the thumbhole stock creates greater accuracy and stability for the shooter. And if you watch the Winter Olympics, Representative Greenman, you would have seen that. It was great. Love watching the Nordic sports because, well, being Nordic, much like our fantastic Speaker Pro Tem. But suddenly, somebody who does biathlon is a boogeyman, bad person because they have a thumbhole stock. But also you have also in there a folding stock. And now I had a rifle that I did sell, but it was made by Sig Sauer and it's called a Cross. It has a folding stock. It is a bolt-action rifle that has, I believe it was a 5-round magazine, but that's now no longer permitted because it has a folding stock. It's a hunting rifle. And I'm not sure that, I think some of the members over here may have one. But once again, the poor writing of this bill is catching up so many things that you just threw in there because it sounds scary. It's really very poorly written bill. Now, Representative Heinzman took away my fun on the assembly of guns, and I think Representative Duran did as well. But I will point out one thing that they missed is any trap team in the state of Minnesota breaks down and reassembles their trap rifles a couple times a week. But now that's bad. If you do that more than 3 times now, you're a felon, Representative Heinzman. If you shoot high school trap, we'll just start them off young. 18-year-old felons, we'll just send them on their way. There's a lot in here that I could go on, but I wanted to go back to some things that I had talked about a number of weeks ago that Representative Greenman sort of deflected on, but I'm not going to let you deflect this time. March 2026, so just recently, the Washington, D.C. Court of Appeal in Tyree Benson versus the District of Columbia struck down a magazine cap ban, saying that it was unconstitutional. At the time, you said, there's nowhere out there that this has been done, and I pointed it out, and I'll just drive it home again. It's Tyree Benson versus District of Columbia for those searching at home. Your large capacity magazine has been struck down by a court. There are a number of these at the Supreme Court, and they will likely follow what happened in the Washington, D.C. District Court of Appeals. But I want to go back to the one that I enjoyed the most with you because you got everything completely wrong when I even gave you the courtesy of sending you the language. And it's Catano versus Massachusetts. And I want to talk about who was on the Supreme Court at the time of Catano versus Massachusetts that was a procurum finding. There were 3 well-known progressive liberal Supreme Court judges on the court. Sonia Sotomayor, Elena Kagan, and the late Ruth Bader Ginsburg. And in Kitano versus Massachusetts, they found the following, and I'll just read this, because the conversation around this is weapons of war, semi-automatic rifles, high-capacity magazines, we're going to ban them. We're just going to ban them. But in Kitano versus Massachusetts, here's what the Supreme Court wrote in their per curiam finding. To quote exactly, the Second Amendment extends prima facie to all instruments that constitute bearable arms, even those in existence at the time of founding. Now, Representative Greenman back in the day, a couple weeks ago, said, well, Nash has this thing that started with a stun gun. You didn't read the rest of what I sent you, and it was probably because it was conveniently bad for your case at the time. But if you would have read all the way down, you would have seen that last quote. The Supreme Court found in Kitano, upholding Heller, upholding Bruin, saying that what is a bearable arm is covered under the Second Amendment. So all of this, what do I call this? Ink, twaddle, some might say. All of this would eventually be overturned and thrown out by the Supreme Court under challenge. And you would have another finding like Kitano, or another finding like Bruin, or another finding like Heller, or another finding like McDonald. And all of them will eventually say, much like the Supreme Court has again and again and again and again said, even under some of the most progressive liberal people who you all worship, that the Second Amendment extends to all arms that can be borne. Look, none of us, as I'd said, none of us think that what happened is something that we would ever want to happen. We don't. But when you write a bill, and when Representative Greenman deflects back to, well, this was written by the Senate and it was passed off the Senate floor, and I can't answer your question because it was passed off the Senate floor, and I don't know, we don't know about the funding because we want to debate this now, but we don't know, and we don't know more, and we don't know more, and you don't really look at what the precedents of the Supreme Court has found again and again and again and again. It really makes me struggle to take the argument seriously. It's very much, it's so broad. It's so broad. And once again, Representative Heinzman made a lot of the points that I was going to make. Representative Duran made a lot of the points I was going to make. Many others have made some of the same points. But I just wanted to land this on these two seminal Supreme Court or the one seminal Supreme Court finding and the one district court finding throughout the MAGCAP ban as unconstitutional. But Kitano is particularly interesting to anybody who is a lawyer or reads law or understands Second Amendment case law and Supreme Court findings. Not only are you creating an unfunded mandate for law enforcement agencies by making them do NICS checks, they're going to have to ramp up. I feel badly for our county sheriffs or our city police who are going to have to absorb this somehow. But let's point out really clearly that Representative Greenman has not figured out how they intend, and this is, I don't know, maybe if this were to pass into law, and dear God, it will not happen today, but if this were eventually to become law, there's going to have to be an enforcement piece, because if you create a felony class of crime, there has to be some enforcement along the way. She doesn't talk about that, doesn't fund that, doesn't mention that, because what would have to happen is police agencies would have to come to your door, like has been talked about in the Minnesota Senate, and be able to just kick in your door, come looking for guns. That's the protracted argument by creating these felony classes. So I've seen a lot of poorly written bills, This is ranking up in the pantheon of the most poorly written bills that I can imagine. But I just wanted to get back on the record about Catano and about DC versus Tyree Benson, because you missed the boat completely on that. So, members, this is an easy no vote. Easy no vote. Not because we don't want to prevent these types of events, because we do, but because we also recognize that the Second Amendment has been upheld so many times in so many different ways, in so many different cases, that this is just a clear deprivation of Second Amendment rights in a very poorly written bill. Members, vote no.
I recognize a member from Dakota, Representative Ryer.
Thank you, Speaker, members. This is a story about children, about depression, and about guns. When I was a little girl, my dad was a hunter. He hunted pheasants. When he'd come home after a successful hunt, he'd bring me pheasant feathers, which to me were the greatest treat of all. And as I got older, hunting lost its appeal for him, and he didn't hunt anymore, but his guns were still propped in the corner of his clothing closet in his bedroom. Right there, we all knew where they were, behind his white shirts that he wore when he went to work every day as a pharmacist. His ammunition was around too. I was reminiscing with my brother today to find out if my memories were accurate and to find out if these memories, when talked about on the House floor, were going to be traumatizing to him. We talked about how we would take the ammo out of a box and it was fun to roll around and play with in the room where the guns were. Thank God there was no accident. Thank God we didn't need thoughts and prayers after we were playing like children do. So my dad had a very stressful life. He had a store in a neighborhood with a lot of crime. We had a lot of anxiety and fear in my family. He was a drinker. He had depression. It was a hard time for us. And one day my mom went into the bedroom and found him there with his guns, with his ammunition, and with a really heartbreaking and terrifying look on his face. And she took the guns away from him. She took them to our neighbor. And while we all knew this happened and we sat under the pall of this, up till this day, again, thank God we didn't need thoughts and prayers. There's so many risks that could have been avoided, and so many risks. We know that accidental injury and death from firearms is one of the most common forms of injury for children. We know that suicide by gun is the effective factor in more than half, and 1 out of 4, especially for people for whom alcohol is a form of relief. And we know that we could do something about that for the people of Minnesota, for the families of Minnesota, the children, the moms, the dads, the people who love them and are in their family, and for all of the people who remain traumatized by early youth, all these children who are hiding under their desks and doing their drills, all these children who have lived through these types of experiences. It's really time to protect our families. It's time to say people over guns, protection for people, and let's do the right thing, members.
I recognize a member from Hennepin, Representative Kraft.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I want to comment something that Representative Wiener said really struck me. It seemed like the argument was that, it's a strange one to make, that resisting dictatorial, out-of-control federal governments means we must have guns. I shudder to think if that becomes the reality in this country. I wish Representative Hudson was still on the floor. His comments struck a nerve with me. And especially after comments that were made maybe a week or so ago in this chamber by Representative Schultz about the need for us to respect each other and be more cordial. When any of us scream at the other side and point aggressively, saying, "These people, you people, cold day in hell, war," this is wrong. This contributes, Representative Hudson, to divisiveness. If people are cheering that kind of rhetoric from you, that is a problem. I am sad that you feel the need to have that kind of an outburst in this chamber, that kind of screaming at us. I'll also point out, the Anti-Defamation League said, extremist-related killings in recent years have been primarily committed by far-right extremists. Look, they're wrong no matter who commits them, period, end of story. But let's not misstate the facts. Look, I actually rised because enough kids have died. I'm going to share Jed's story, my constituent and friend, about the importance of safe storage. There's some safe storage in this bill, not enough. When Jed was 14, he had an older brother, John, who was 17, who went to a party and I guess was not feeling well. At that party, it was a house where there were guns not stored properly all around. That night, John killed himself. This has ripple effects through Jed and his family and all kinds of other people. The stories are heartbreaking. In spite of what others may say on the other side, the data is clear. There is so much we can do on guns. I choose to do things for kids over guns. Thank you.
I recognize a member from Dakota, Representative Clardy.
As many of you know, I've been a teacher for the last 30 years and teaching children from about 4 years old to 12-year-olds. So the importance of that is we tell them, go to school. It's a safe place to be. But then we are teaching them, on the other hand, hide under the desk because a gunman's coming. When I think about the drills that we've gone through, I think of the children's eyes I've looked at. I think of them trembling or them having like lots of tears. And so when this happens, when these drills happen, we hear in a loud blaring noise, caution, lockdown with intruders. And their little bodies are traumatized. And when you are traumatized, your brain is rewired. But just also think of the same situation where there's a child that might have a form of autism. So a change in the routine, a change in the sound, a change in all the stimuli around, and yet we are telling them that they will be safe. So we really need to figure out how we can make them safe, and part of it is enforcing a bill like this for a solution, because it's bringing us to a really dark place where our children are relying on us and looking at us to keep them safe. I've heard children cry, I've held them, and all they're there to do is to learn how to do their ABCs. And it's really hard to concentrate when you are in this highly stated mode and traumatized. So the least we can do is make schools safe for our kids like we say we will do. And we really need to listen to our kids when they get home about their experiences. Oh, thank you.
I recognize the member from Beltrami, Representative Bliss.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a couple of real quick comments here. I won't be long. Representative Greenman mentioned a couple times that, yeah, her bill was heard in committees. One bill was heard in a committee. It was killed. She created a duplicate bill, introduced it into another committee. It was killed in that committee. And then she introduced another bill, and we heard it on the floor, and it was killed on the floor, too. So, yes, they've been heard in committees, and they failed to pass every committee they went through. You also brought up the fact that there was 34 senators in the other body that voted for this bill. That's true. There was, however, one senator from your side that very publicly, or not very publicly, but an email that he sent out was very prominent on social media where he stated that he only voted for that bill because he knew it would fail in this bill and it would, or this body, and it would not become law. So yeah, there was 34 senators over there, and they didn't want to vote on it, but they did, and then they actually told their constituents they only voted on it because they knew it wouldn't pass. So that's your Senate passage. So that shows you how good this bill is. One thing that the other side likes to bring up is that gun violence is the leading cause of death in children. Depend on how you categorize children. In Minnesota, a child is anybody under 18, but those stats include 19-year-olds. Not a big deal. The children under 14, however, drowning and accidents are the #1 cause of death. Now, when you get to 15 through 19, yeah, gunfire. Gun violence is the #1 cause. And let's see, linked to gangs, 30 to 60% of those deaths are linked to gang violence. Greater than 30% is suicide. And, you know, I bring that up because Representative Altendorf mentioned the change in the Hennepin County laws, where a gun found in the car does not bring extra charges, even though you're carrying it illegally. Most of these violent acts and that end up with deaths from gun violence are repeat offenders because the prosecutors don't prosecute them. You talk to the law enforcement officers in these areas here, they don't even hardly arrest the kids anymore because they just get out before the paperwork is done. Every time you say we just have to do something, we have to do something, enforce the current laws. The vast majority of these violent criminals are repeat offenders, and you don't lock them up. Lock up the criminals.
I recognize a member from Hennepin, Representative Falconer. Oh, my mistake. He's not currently in attendance, but he's on the list. I recognize a member from Ramsey, Representative Finke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was next on the list, so must have just confused the Fs. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Welcome back to the House floor. I have a lot of things I was thinking about saying during this time, but I want to start. I know we understand the world differently. One of the ways that I understand the world, it's about this concept called DARVO. If people have worked in domestic violence or other such spaces, there's something called DARVO. It's what abusers tend to do to the people in their lives: deny, attack, reverse victim, and offender. And we saw what that looks like on the House floor today. We saw what it looks like when people with the position of power and authority attack and portray themselves as the victim rather than the offender. It's very difficult. People who have been in relationships where that has been present understand how that feels. And I think we have a lot of that in the world right now, right? We say, Who's the victim? Who's the offender? What are we doing? Who are we talking about? You know, the President of the United States recently said, we will find you and kill you, he said in a statement released by the White House that included in its targets transgender people, just transgender advocates. So we don't need to pretend to like somehow one side is violent, the other side is other. What we see instead is the idea of reversing victim and offender. So I'm going to put that aside. The representative was wrong. We do condemn all such violence. It does not matter who is the perpetrator. And, you know, I actually had intended to get up and tell a story, a personal story about how gun violence has affected my life. Tragically, I have multiple to choose from, like so many people who have lived in this country for a long time. There are many ways for us to approach the gun violence crisis. I hope we do understand that there is at least a crisis. The crisis closest to me is suicide. Suicide is an act of convenience. I've talked about this on the House floor before. I carried the safe storage bill this year. It didn't get a hearing. It's not in the package. It would be great if we could understand even that putting away securely a firearm would save the lives of so many men, specifically men who die by suicide, and the suicide crisis among men, especially men in rural areas, is really, really a crisis. And we could talk about that. We could solve that, at least help save some lives. Or we could talk about the guns that, while gun owners tell us they need to own guns, we don't. What we haven't talked about yet is intimate partner violence. I haven't heard that come up. And the percentage of gun deaths in this country that are not high-capacity magazines and assault weapons being used to kill children, but generally men killing the women in their life. Murder by the man in your life who will Darvo and Darvo until he finally murders his person. It's hard to talk about this knowing that not a single engaged member of the body finds our side, you know, it's just, this is where we live. We have these conversations. Oh, it's real, it's not real, it's theater, it matters. We do the things we do because this is our job. My job, as I understand it, is to help protect people from violence that we can protect them from. The number one way that guns are used to kill people is suicide. Right behind it is intimate partner violence and domestic violence, people who know the person they're killing. In my opinion, if we want to solve that, we should take a serious policy look at the male loneliness crisis. Male loneliness crisis and radicalization on the internet. That is the way we go towards really solving the problems. But the common denominator is always the convenience of the gun. The suicides, the intimate partner violence, it's the convenience of the weapon. And we can do something about that. So nobody has to suffer their lost loved one. I hope at some point, somewhere, we can have that conversation about men killing women that they know, because it is a crisis, and it is a crisis that is out of control. Thank you.
I recognize a member from Dakota, Representative Roach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I find it interesting, the timing of this bill today, as we earlier in the afternoon on the House floor read a resolution honoring our great country, the greatest country in the world, the 250th anniversary. And so I'm just going to read a little excerpt out of our great Declaration of Independence. Second paragraph. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. So today is the day that Democrats want to try to take away your liberty. Yesterday on the House floor, we heard them talk about life and how they don't honor life. They told us that the voters of Minnesota spoke in 2022 and demanded abortion up until after birth. That's what they did. When they won the trifecta, they created the most extreme abortion laws in our nation's history. And today, they're telling you their playbook if they win in 2026 to take away your liberty and your ability to defend yourself, your family, and your property. I don't know why some members on the other side of the aisle were celebrating our great country. It's clear they have dissent for this country. They're teaching our kids things like the 1619 Project, which talks about how much they hate our country and the founding of our country. And again, want to continue to attack our rights. And so I find it interesting timing that today is the day as we celebrate the 250th anniversary of our great country on the House floor, that now they decide to do this. Minnesotans, this election in 2026 is important, not just economically on where this state goes, but where your rights will go and what rights you won't have anymore. So I hope you're paying attention. I hope you see one side of the aisle that is fighting for life, liberty, and the pursuit of the happiness, and the other side that is deemed and eager to take it away.
I recognize a member from Ramsey, Representative Buck.
Thank you, Speaker. I stand today and I'd like to tell a story from Monica from Duluth. Less than a year ago, my running pal, Erin, and her son, Jacob, were murdered by a gun in their home in Duluth. I cleaned out Jacob's room afterward, all of his stuffed animals, that random rock on the dresser, the tin of affirmations he'd written to himself, knickknacks from traveling across the U.S. It could have been my own son's room with their collections of rocks and stuffies. My community came together and worked in their house, painting over bullet holes and stepping on floors with ripped out carpet that held their blood. The hard work of cleaning up after gun violence is so incredibly heavy. I say choose guns, or choose kids, not guns. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Scott, Representative Steer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to address directly to the 10,899 police officers across the state of Minnesota, and we'll go to number 13.25 down to 13.28. I'll read that. Any person who is a government officer, agent, or employee, member of the armed forces of the United States, or peace officer, but only to the extent that the person is otherwise authorized to possess a semi-automatic style weapon or large capacity magazine while acting within the scope of the person's duties. So to our SWAT team members that are out there right now, this means that you cannot possess your duty weapon while you're off duty. So you would have to, on a SWAT call out, drive to the office and pick up your firearm and then respond to the call. State patrol, so the state trooper has a take-home car. This person would have to drive to central office, drop off their weapon, and then drive home. So the officers up in I Falls would have to drive to Virginia. So that's an hour and 40-minute drive in a squad car with no gun. This makes no sense. So this bill is unconstitutional. It makes every single legal gun owner vulnerable, including police officers. So vote no.
I recognize the member from Ramsey, Representative Curran.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I rise today to take action on the urgent, unique, and devastating epidemic of gun violence. And first, I'll address the swath of misinformation and distraction from tragedy happening on the other side of the aisle today. It's quite interesting to hear gun activist lawmakers talk about this bill in a way that indicates they don't understand laws or guns. And this is all because guns are the top killer of children, and Republicans just refuse to acknowledge it. There's a debate strategy used around here that's, I sort of call, become suddenly confused and require long explanations. You may have seen a little bit of that today. I am finding it really hard to believe that
Speaker,
this bill is such a difficult
State your
bill
point of
to
parliamentary
understand.
inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, it's by my watch 5:01 p.m., 5:02 p.m., and yesterday we heard a demand that a vote happen on this bill by 5 p.m. Mr. Speaker, my point of parliamentary inquiry is what is keeping us from a vote on this bill at this time?
Representative Niska, there's nearly a dozen Democrats who are on the list to be recognized to speak, and then we'll have a vote. Representative Curran.
Point of parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
State your point of parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, I think the request was for a vote on a Senate file, and so far, my understanding is that the Senate file is still missing. Do you have any update on where the Senate file might be?
So that was the specific answer to the vote? I'm asking for clarification here. That's what we're
I
talking
have a
about?
point of parliamentary inquiry on the location of the bill that we requested a vote on.
The one that I don't know where it is?
Oh, okay. Thank you for clarifying.
Okay. Absolutely. Back to Representative Curran.
Thank you. It's not the first time I've been interrupted by a bunch of men. I'll continue. My message to you today is this. Change is uncomfortable. Death is much harder. Minnesotans have had enough, and we have a job to do. My friend Dave was like a brother to me. We met in high school and we leaned on each other through tough bouts of depression. We spent a lot of late nights drinking pots of coffee, or for him, glass after glass of Mountain Dew. Just playing cards and talking about life, about love, our goals and our dreams. But on February 24th, 2015, I woke up to a note that he had posted on Facebook the night before. Dave was feeling low, having some relationship stress, and turned a gun on himself. He was gone. He was 30 years old and left behind siblings, parents, and many, many family and friends. 3 years later, I found myself on the scene of a suicide in progress. A young man, not quite 30, going through hard times, had turned a gun on himself. I immediately thought of Dave, a story all too familiar and common. Despite best efforts, we could not save him. And this young man, too, had loving family and friends. And explaining to them what had happened and listening to his cell phone continue to go unanswered while he died are things that I will never forget. I developed PTSD, became forever changed. I have a different brain. I'm a different person. They don't tell you in training that someday you might be washing someone else's blood and more down the drains of your own home. Family, friends, survivors, first responders, and witnesses of gun violence live with this trauma forever changed, forever grieving. We are not responsible here in this chamber for this turmoil. That's the gun violence. This bill includes language to allow people, like the young men in my life, to apply for an extreme risk protection order on themselves during times that could become deadly and inflict lasting trauma on their families and on our communities. Today, it's time for us to choose long, healthy, happy lives over the devastation caused by gun violence.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Sensamura.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't know a lot about guns. And one thing that I recently learned is that bullets can give people lead poisoning. That wasn't something that I knew before. But I met a mom from Annunciation. And the way that she introduced herself when we met was she said, you know, you'll read in the newspaper, you'll read about there were 27 kids that were injured at Annunciation from ages, I think, 6 to 18. And she said, and I'm the mom of the 6-year-old. And then I saw her at the Capitol a couple months ago and, you know, just kind of chatted about like what are the lingering effects of this. You know, one of the things that she has talked about is the mental health impacts. So what does it mean for a 6-year-old to try to describe the feeling that they are having coming out of that tragedy when the words that they have are mad or sad or maybe, you know, a bigger word like frustrated, right? They are not able to describe what is going on inside their body. But what happened to him was he literally has lingering impacts from the bullets that are in his body. He has elevated levels of lead in his body, the potential for lead poisoning because he was hit by a bullet and he still has a shrapnel in his body. Lead poisoning from a bullet from a school shooting. That is a story that would only happen in America. Happy 250th anniversary.
I recognize a member from Dakota, Representative Vernig.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Greenman, for bringing this motion. I stand not just as a legislator or an advocate, but as someone whose life has been touched again and again by gun violence. I struggled with where to begin. Do I talk about my friend who walked out and was shot by her neighbor in the back? Do I talk about my childhood friend who died by firearm suicide? Or my former coworker whose life ended in horrific violence after being shot and then dismembered? A former neighbor who used a gun to hold his children hostage in a domestic dispute? Or the wife of a friend who bought her first gun, hours later picked up her children, drove behind a vacant store, shot them and herself? The list goes on and on. Each story is devastating. Each left families, friends, coworkers, and entire communities carrying grief that never fully disappears. But today, I want to remember a 16-year-old high school classmate, Michelle Erdley, and her mother, Susan. In 1995, both were murdered by Michelle's ex-boyfriend in an act of domestic gun violence when he broke into their home and shot them both. Michelle should have had a chance to build a future free from fear. Susan should have been safe in her own home. Too often we talk about gun violence as though it only happens somewhere else, to someone else. But it is in our schools, it is in our neighborhoods, it is in our workplaces, it is in our homes. It is homicide, it is suicide, it is domestic violence, it is trauma carried by survivors and families for decades. These are not isolated tragedies. They are connected by access to lethal weapons in moments of crisis, rage, despair, and abuse. We cannot keep treating these deaths as inevitable. They are preventable. Gun violence is and has been a public health crisis for decades. And we must act now. We must act to intervene, to protect, to reduce harm. This comprehensive package does that. It is built on intervention, it is built on protection, it is built on harm reduction.
I recognize the member from Nobles, Representative Fogelman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've heard a lot of things today, but the Second Amendment is our inherent right. We are protecting ourselves, and that is the law. This law is completely unconstitutional. Not only will it not stop the things that they are saying, it will cost taxpayers even more money with the lawsuits that will come if something like this would be passed. The #1 cause of death in children is abortion, but that is ignored. You want to protect people, but you could have no guns left in our country and people would still be dying in one way or another. You cannot stop people from killing themselves by removing every gun that we have in this world. It would not stop it. Are you going to take cars away? Are you going to take knives away? What are you going to do next? Hammers? All of these things harm people. Guns don't pick themselves up and shoot people. People are doing it. People are picking it up. People are doing the action. And as Representative Bliss mentioned, let's hold people accountable. We have laws on the books to put people in prison for doing crimes, not letting them out early, not turning a blind eye, probation, everything else. And how about starting at home and putting some parameters on our children and not letting them be babysat with computers? Take some time and spend time with your children. Instill family values. Teach your children right from wrong. If we don't hold people accountable, we have nothing. And blaming guns for what is going on is not the problem. Guns aren't for hunting. They can be used for hunting, but guns are to protect ourselves. So this is a complete waste of time. We shouldn't be doing this. Please vote no.
Recognize a member from Olmsted, Representative Smith.
In the winter of 2018, I was a teacher at a small private school in Coral Springs, Florida. Coral Springs, Florida borders to the north another suburb of Fort Lauderdale called Parkland, Florida. On February 14th of 2018, a very troubled 19-year-old boy, but a man legally, took an assault rifle to a local high school in what I still believe is the deadliest shooting in a school in United States history. 17 students and staff were killed, and 17 other students and staff were wounded. My school is about a 9-minute drive, or was a 9-minute drive from that Parkland High School. It happened on a Wednesday at about 2 o'clock. At that time, I had a free period. We had family in town, so I had to run to the local supermarket. It was a Publix. And I will never forget, it's about 2:05. In one of the most eerie moments of my life, you heard tens of cell phones go off at the same time. You heard people shout. You heard people exclaim in sadness, and a rush to the door of that supermarket, clearly with parents who had students there, clearly members of the community who were terrified, and that destroyed our community. I could tell lots of stories. I could tell stories about the lockdowns, at least 2 in the coming days because of copycat shooters in the area. I could tell of the quietest student assembly I've ever been to that ended with a student who was best friends with someone who had been killed just breaking down in tears, and the students quietly going back to their classes. And we can do something about those events that destroy families, that destroy communities, destroy schools. I receive many of these every single session, and I keep them. And I brought this one because I wanted to end with words from a constituent of mine. Please, we need your help to end this senseless killing of children and adults. Please pass sensible gun control legislation and mental health reforms. Our children deserve better.
Recognize the member from Ramsey, Representative Lee Kay.
Thank you, Speaker. I think because there have been so many things said tonight, I want to just touch upon some of the conversation that's been had. But I think first, I also want us to remember one of the first school shootings in America. This happened at Cleveland Elementary School in Stockton, California. And obviously the result was a bunch of elementary school children were injured, and at least 4 Southeast Asian students were killed. This is a mass shooting that often people don't talk about, but I thought it was important to remember these children today, considering also May is Asian Heritage Month. And I think something that people don't think often is how the Asian community is impacted by violence. The perpetrator, when he was brought to trial, said he specifically targeted Stockton, and he specifically targeted this elementary school because it was a school that had admitted a lot of refugee students. And he knew that if he'd gone to this school, he would be able to kill the most refugee kids. So I bring up this story to clarify a couple facts for the record. There were claims made about extremist violence and about which side, was more dangerous or violent. I think if you're an extremist, that is a bad thing. That's not something people support. But the facts show that, when we track extremist violence, it is the white supremacists who kill. And I'll repeat that again. When we look at the most recent data on hand from 2022, 2023, and 2024, it is white supremacists who kill with guns. And then I want to move on to something else that was said earlier. A member of this body made a very offensive accusation against me and all of my colleagues. But I want to clarify that I have no problem being associated with socialist ideas that help people in Minnesota, like affordable health care, free education, and affordable childcare. But people should understand that that is not the same thing as being a communist. This Republican member doesn't know the difference, so I need to clarify that. My uncles, my cousins, and so many other Hmong men died fighting communism in Laos and Southeast Asia. So don't insult the legacy. Just because you don't like my position on a bill, don't call us names. That's basic decorum. It's especially insulting because today is Hmong American Day. So please, show some respect. As such, it is also why I rise to share the story of Ka Lor, a Hmong woman who lived in my district. Ka was a Hmong girl who grew up in St. Paul, just like me. Her family also fled the American War in Laos. We went to the same junior high and high school. Her family describes her as the best mom, best sister, and best daughter. 4 years ago, she was murdered by her partner with a gun, while all of her young children were in the house. Just a couple weeks prior, she had made the difficult decision to leave her marriage. And so on a quiet night in August 2022, her precious life was taken by her husband, and her children became victims of gun violence. We know that intimate partner violence affects each and every community, regardless of race, income, profession, or socioeconomic status. But let's be clear, guns are the most frequently used weapons in domestic violence or intimate partner homicides. This is why we should pass this urgency. Ka and her children and all of Minnesota deserves leaders who will fight for them. They deserve better than a speaker who will hide legislation that can save lives. And because the speaker refuses to do her job, Representative Greenman had to file this motion that we are debating. We are not wasting time. We are fighting for all of Minnesota. And this is why I urge members to vote yes. Thank you.
I recognize the member from St. Louis, Representative Johnson P.
Thank you, Speaker. Before I start, I'd like to request a roll call.
Oh, it's been a long time before someone asked for that. Thank you. There will be a roll call. Representative Johnson P.
Thank you, Speaker. A couple of days ago, some of the folks from Children's Hospital came here and talked about what it takes to treat victims of gun violence. They were the folks that treated the victims from the Annunciation Church shooting and gave a little demonstration about what that takes. Trish Valusik, a pediatric general thoracic and trauma surgeon, stated, "On the morning of August 27th last year, I was the pediatric trauma surgeon on duty. I was both a player in and a witness to the aftermath of the Annunciation shooting. As horrifying as that day was, it was not my first experience with gunshot wounds in children. I've cared for far too many who have been victims of gun violence. Whether in multi-casualty events, accidental shootings, or suicide attempts, I've had to hear that anguished scream of a mother when I told her her child was dead." The scenario that they used was a 5-year-old that was at a friend's house. They found an unsecured gun, and one of the kids got shot. Unfortunately, that is not an uncommon scenario here in our country. They talked about how the patient arrives, via ambulance, sometimes a helicopter, sometimes a private vehicle, because they didn't know what else to do. They talked about the trauma alert being called through the entire hospital so people can begin to prepare. People in the ER, in the lab, in the pharmacy, in radiology, in the operating room, everyone begins to move with purpose. I spent a couple years working in the trauma center in St. Cloud, and I remember those alerts. And I remember how the dynamic and the mood shifted when we found out that it was a kid. They talked about the extraordinary steps that were taken to try and save the child. The ER doctors, the trauma surgeons, the nurses, the techs, all working together to secure an airway, place a breathing tube so a machine can breathe for the child, control bleeding, place IVs to give fluids or blood transfusions, give medications to manage brain pressure, prevent seizures, reduce pain, and prevent infection. They perform CPR if the patient's heart's not beating, and when you perform CPR on a shooting victim, it's different, because every time you press down on their chest, more blood flows from the holes in their body. They take x-rays, they check for other injuries, they do neurological assessment, they make plans for surgery, they make plans with the operating room, the intensive care unit. This is organized chaos, and it all happens in minutes. Even when everything goes perfectly, when everybody does everything right. Like in this scenario, many other victims, due to the severity of their injuries, the patient was declared brain dead later that day, and the family then transitioned to organ donation. The scenario that they talked about takes 42 people, some of them on the picture that's being handed out right now, to give that child a chance. 42 people working to save one child. Now imagine what it looks like in the response to Sandy Hook with 26 victims, or Uvalde with 37, or the 29 that were injured or killed at Annunciation. This is what happens once they actually get to the hospital. I want to take a little bit to talk about what happens before. First, someone has to call for help. It's usually someone at the home or on scene who witnessed, heard, or found the victim, and they called 911. Sometimes with gun calls, fire and EMS stage and allow police to clear the scene. Sometimes we go straight in. Once on scene, there's usually someone who knows and loves that person, who is screaming and crying, in complete denial of what is unfolding in front of them, begging for somebody to help. When we get to the patient, there's usually a metallic smell in the air. We try to be cautious where we step, where we kneel, where we put our equipment, but it's a losing battle. We end up with blood, bone fragments, brain matter on our uniforms, on our boots. We quickly assess the patient, we check for breathing, we breathe for them if we need to, we start CPR. Then we carry that patient through the house, we load them into the ambulance, we drive with lights flashing and sirens blaring, hoping that we get there in enough time to hand the patient off to a team like that that's in front of you. The reality is that those of us that have been involved in these types of calls know more often than not what that outcome is going to be, but we push that down and do everything we can to give that person a chance. The impact of these calls is real, and it impacts everyone that it touches. Dr. Valusik's request is simple: for us to pass legislation because it will place significant barriers between those who wish to do harm and the means to do it. In her words, Because ultimately, whether a child dies by a bullet fired in a suicide attempt or one fired from a semi-automatic weapon with a binary trigger, the scream from their mother is the same. Members, doing nothing is no longer an option. Vote green. Thank you.
I recognize a member from St. Louis, Representative Warwas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. We're in a really unique time in history. I'm not going to say anything probably that maybe hasn't been said already. I missed some of the debate, unfortunately. But we're in a tight house. Second time ever, what has it been, 50 years? And I've been really excited for some of the good work that this body has been able to do together. I've been able to tell my constituency, you know what, a lot of the votes I've been able to take were vetted so well in committee that I was able to vote for them alongside of my DFL colleagues because we've had to work together on things. And so some things we're just not going to agree on. And I understand the things that folks here are trying to do. I understand what we're trying to do. But what I've learned in these two sessions is that we as lawmakers have rules and deadlines, we have custom and usage, we have a lot of precedent, and the importance of using tools in our toolbox. The motion before us is a tool for many things, and if it was truly urgent, we'd light up that board all green. We've done that together several times this session for things that we felt were truly important. We honored a veteran that was killed the other day. I think everyone voted green for that. That was a very moving time. It was something we could all agree on. This motion, this urgency, is also a tool for messaging, and I admire the advertising acumen that our two bodies have when we take up these urgencies and we project to our followers and our constituents about what's important to them. And there's a lot of realities on the ground here. One of them is that we've been doing these things for the last 86 days. We're closing this out pretty quick. And we're all doing a job here. We got 134 districts that certainly don't agree on the bans listed in this bill that my DFL colleagues want to bring up. And for the people at home, every gun control bill that has come to committee this year has been stopped by Republicans. The debate here today needs 90 votes just to bring this bill technically up for a vote. This urgency needs 90 people. 90 people are not going to agree to bring this up. So this is all about messaging. And that's important too, I get that. You know, my son, my 18-year-old son, texted me the other day, and he said, is that gun ban bill in the Senate, does that need to come to the House, or is that what's going to happen there? And I told him that has to come to the House. We're the backstop. The House GOP is the backstop for these bad bills. And similarly, and I told them similarly, some of the things we want, they are the backstop for those things that we can't get. I'm proud of our team. Without the House GOP, Democrats would have passed massive gun control at the start of this session, and it would be law. It would be law right now. I don't think there's any doubt about that. There's folks yelling outside the door about it right now. It would be law right now, and they would celebrate criminalizing law-abiding gun owners. I came here to bring balance back to state government. Doesn't get very much more balanced than 67-67. We're 1/3 of one half. I came here to protect the Second Amendment from any entity that would seek to alter it. Shall not be infringed, ladies and gentlemen, shall not be infringed. I'm proud to use all the tools in the toolbox. I'm proud to cast a no vote for this urgency. Thank God this won't pass, and thank God for Speaker Demuth. I did hear someone say that Speaker Demuth wasn't doing her job. The job she's doing right now, perhaps it's another tool in the toolbox. We're all going to use them. I think if the shoe was on the other foot, you'd see the same thing happen on the other side. There's a lot of honesty that needs to happen in this discussion. I think that's one more component to it. I'll be a no vote. Thank you.
Recognize a member from Hennepin, Representative Falconer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today speaking on behalf of my constituents, with the hoarse voice, particularly those of school-aged parents who are just finished with sending our kids to school with a hug, wondering, is this the last hug? And I spoke about it before, but it still crosses my mind every single morning. It did on the first day of school this year with Annunciation, still the Annunciation massacre still ringing through our minds. It did this morning on a beautiful Minnesota day, and it will tomorrow, sadly. From Red Lake to Rockery to Annunciation, how many kids need to die before we take action? In our workplaces, in our places of worship, in our community spaces, how many adults need to die before we take action? We can actually choose to protect kids. We can actually choose to protect our communities. We can at least do something, anything. It's our power as elected members of this body to take votes reflecting the will of our constituents. And if your constituents don't support this bill, fine. You're doing your job. Take that vote. That's representative democracy. But why is Speaker Demuth denying us the opportunity to take that vote? What's happening now? We don't get our ability to vote. We don't get our ability to represent our communities. We don't get our ability to discuss as colleagues what it is we can actually do and why. Maybe because you're afraid of your constituents? Are you afraid of special interests and campaign donations because you're afraid it might actually pass? If that's the case, maybe this job isn't for you. It's our job occasionally to take hard votes. The ask is simple. Just let us vote. Let's reflect the urgency of this moment. I disagree. This is an urgent moment. Children are dying. People are dying. Let's reflect the urgency of this moment and allow this bill to get debate, discussion, and a vote in this legislative body. Bring the bill forward. We can debate it. I mean, we're all saying our things, but this is just a motion on to bring the bill up where we could actually debate it. Maybe we could solve some of the things of grips and the penalties that might be assigned. Some things that the Senate didn't get right. Shocking, maybe the Senate didn't get it right. But we are, at the end of the day, just asking to vote. So let's just work together. We can protect our kids and our communities now. We can vote for this urgency, and we can do the work that our constituents send us here to do. So again, just why is Speaker Demuth hiding this bill? Let's just vote.
Point of parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
State your point of parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Are we debating the suspension of the rules, or are we debating some other bill, some other place, from some other time?
We're currently debating a motion to suspend the rules to bring up House File 5140.
Thanks, and I actually just addressed that, so I appreciate the repeat.
Were you finished?
Now I'm finished.
Recognize again?
Now I'm finished. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I recognize the member from Washington, Representative Appel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just wanted to try to reground the conversation around schools and around non-public schools, specifically Christian schools, one just like Annunciation. As I've mentioned before, I'm the board chair and founder of a school just like Annunciation. We've talked about different issues that would have inhibited and would inhibit the security team that we have at our school. So this is a really, really practical way of looking at this and addressing some of the things that Representative Falconer just brought up. What would happen if we passed this bill? If we took a vote on this, if we took a vote on this and it passed off the House floor, that would mean that the security team at the private Christian school that I try to help lead, keep safe the children there, they would be totally disarmed. We wouldn't have a security team. And so I would ask the question, why would we want to do that? Why would we want to vote to disarm the security teams of the school that individuals continuously address on the other side of the aisle? Representative Greenman was asked many questions about this. They're all really practical. This is extremely practical. This isn't a talking point. I'm not reading from a script. I'm specifically addressing a real-life situation that this bill would impact, and it would directly, negatively impact the security of children at schools, just like Annunciation. So no, the bill isn't ready to be passed. It isn't. And I think if members on the other side of the aisle were honest with themselves, they would agree that it isn't, for the safety of the students, just like Annunciation. And I will be the umpteenth member to say it is tragic, and I have to think about how to deal with that as the leader of a school just like Annunciation. I have spent many hours speaking with family members from Annunciation, personally, some of which are longtime friends of mine from Bible studies from decades ago, many of which I've invited to my office to have conversations and to try to understand what is the real issue. What are we really trying to accomplish here? Because I will just say again, when we had the conversation about disarming security guards and making sure that they were disarmed and their ability to defend the children in these schools had to be locked away in their cars, that we really had to think hard about that. What would be the ramifications of a bill like this? So as we hear the chanting outside to take the vote, if we took this vote today, the other side of the aisle who is promoting this very specific bill that has a lot of language in it, this is very thick, and it has many, many, many lines that would go into statute, would disarm the security at many schools, exactly like Annunciation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize a member from Hennepin, Representative Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, with 4 days left in session, this is an urgent motion on an urgent issue, and it really calls us all to make a choice. Will we use our power to do something about gun violence, or will we surrender to its inevitability? Members, my community in Richfield is closely linked to the Annunciation community. A lot of our kids play sports together. Our Richfield Little League Association held a beautiful tribute just last week. We retired Fletcher's number 7 in the Richfield Little League. I had the privilege of coaching many Annunciation kids alongside my fifth grader who goes to school in Richfield. One of them is Weston. You might remember Weston. He was an Annunciation student who was on all our televisions in the aftermath of what occurred, describing how he and his friend Victor stayed safe. You can see in that interview Weston scratching his neck. It was later found that he had a bullet fragment that was lodged just millimeters from his carotid artery. Thankfully, Weston had successful surgery, and he's okay. These AR-15s, in the wrong hands, spray chaos and carnage with horrific consequences. And that is exactly what these weapons were intended to do, to kill people, as many as they can, as fast as they can. That's what they're for. That's what they were made to do. And I'm struck by that one of the core arguments against regulating these weapons of war is that there's already too many of them. That since there's so many of these lethal weapons that people can get their hands on so easily, we can't do anything about this. And I find that waving that white flag really disrespects the Minnesotans that are coming here day after day, sharing story after story after story of their lost loved ones. People like the family of Jamari Rice, a 15-year-old in Richfield who was killed in his school by a gun. Like the family of Jonathan O'Shaughnessy. Jonathan was walking home from a July 4th celebration in Richfield, was shot and killed. But here's the thing. Jonathan's family, Jamari's family, our Annunciation families, and so many others who have lost so much, they haven't waved a white flag. They haven't given up. They believe that by sharing their stories and by not staying silent, that we can make a difference and save the lives of others. They're saying, not on our watch, we will not stay quiet. It's beautiful, it's powerful, and the other thing is, members, they believe in us. They believe that we in this chamber, in the halls of power, have the ability to take action and make a difference and stop senseless gun violence. That we can take action that will save lives. And they're right. We just have to listen to the people. So members, we face a choice. What do you believe? Do you believe we can prevent gun violence? Or that we should surrender to its inevitability? Will we choose to listen to the Minnesotans or to the gun lobby? Will we choose hope or despair? Members, I know what I'm choosing, and we all can make that choice, but this much is clear. It's time to take a vote.
Recognize a member from Ramsey, Representative Gottfried.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, we call it a gun violence epidemic, excuse me, because of two things. Number one, it is a public health issue. And the reason why we call it a epidemic instead of a pandemic is because it is a uniquely American issue. If this was an issue that was experienced across the globe, we would call it a gun violence pandemic, but we do not do that because it is a uniquely American issue. And before I get into the story I want to share today, I just want to say that the issue that we're facing here is that half of this body and a significant portion, though less portion, of our society has been so heavily propagandized and brainwashed to be convinced that this is not just normal, that this is acceptable. And far too many more people are resigned to the fact that it is going to remain that way. And when we are in a situation where we are facing such a heavily propagandized populace as we have right now, one of the things that we can and must do is share the personal stories of the people who have been affected by our inability for decades to address the epidemic, the uniquely American epidemic of gun violence. And so today I'm going to share the story of Lori from Blaine. On January 6, 2017, my family and I were passengers on the flight immediately following the one that landed at Fort Lauderdale International Airport, where a gunman opened fire in a baggage claim, killing 5 people and wounding 6 others. As our plane circled overhead, nearly every seatback screen glowed with CNN's breaking coverage of the horror unfolding below us. We were diverted to Miami, subjected to heightened security screening, and eventually released into a baggage claim area transformed into something resembling a war zone. Law enforcement officers everywhere, long guns at the ready, the air thick with fear and uncertainty. We walked away physically unharmed, but the psychological toll has been immeasurable. The randomness of it haunts me still. A different departure time, a slightly faster flight, and we would have been standing exactly where those victims fell. Gun violence doesn't only shatter the lives it touches directly, it radiates outward in waves of trauma, touching everyone in its proximity, leaving invisible scars that never fully heal. We were the lucky ones, and yet we carry that day with us always. A reminder that in America, violence can find you anywhere, even in the ordinary act of picking up your luggage. Lori also wanted me to share that she is a Minnesotan, a gun owner, who supports stricter gun laws, ammunition limits, and would happily give up her weapons if asked. We have a choice today, folks. We can continue to be ignoring the stories of people impacted, the people who are asking us for this, or we can choose to believe them. We can choose to support those victims, or we can choose the guns. I know what I'm going to choose. Thank you, Speaker.
Recognize a member from Hennepin, Representative Joachim.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, some of you may not know that before I was elected to the House, I was a staff member at the Senate. And during the 2013 legislative session, the CA for Senate Judiciary. That was shortly after Sandy Hook, the tragedy in elementary school in Newtown, Connecticut, where 20 children were killed and 6 staff members were killed. I remember sitting in my office when we heard the news and was devastated and terrified. As the wife and a sister-in-law of a teacher, and now a mother and mother-in-law of teachers, a school shooting is one of my worst nightmares. But as we've heard today, schools are not the only place where the tragedy of gun violence plays out. During the 2013 legislative session, there was a series of gun violence prevention bills passing through the legislature, and during their stop in Senate Judiciary, it was my job to organize a testimony for those hearings. There were many testifiers who shared their powerful lived experiences, but one of those testifiers really stuck in my mind, and that was the testimony of Sami Rahamin. Sami was 17 years old and had just lost his father, Reuven Rahamin, to a workplace shooting at Accent Signage in Minneapolis. That was September 28th, 2012. At that time, it was the deadliest workplace shooting in the state, with 6 people killed and 3 injured. I've stayed in touch with Sami over the years, and he wanted me to share his thoughts about the loss and the hope that he has that we enact laws to stem gun violence. So in Sami's words, I was 17 when my Abba was killed at Accent Signage on September 27th, 2012. His loss and the trauma surrounding it affects me and my others and many others every day in countless ways. My grief includes the sorrow of his absence alongside anger at the injustice of stealing his life and the lives of 5 others that day. They are all deeply missed. Having recently moved to Israel, where my Abba was born and raised, I feel sharply how tragic it is that he left this country to escape war and violence only to be murdered in Minnesota. I pray for the day when no child experiences such a painful, sudden, and traumatic loss. Sami was 17. He's an adult now, and it's still with him and will be. Members, victim of gun violence like Sami and his family have been so very brave to share their grief and to push us to action. They've done their work to make change. Now it's time for us to be brave and do ours. Members, come on, be brave and vote yes.
I recognize the member from Anoka, Representative Ray Rauer.
I rise today in support of taking action on the immediate, unprecedented, and devastating epidemic of gun violence. I'm so grateful that I have not had to feel the direct impact of gun violence myself. And I am so sorry to any of you that have had that experience. As a teacher and as a mom, I have had to have experiences with lockdown drills, and so have my daughters. I have my daughter's story here. It was right at the start of the school day, and we just had to find wherever was closest to hide. We thought it was real. They hid 2 young girls in a choir practice room. They were locked in there with the door shut, all alone in the dark. Her friend was standing at the door holding a music stand in case somebody was going to come in. They all called their parents. We got calls with them saying goodbye to us that day while they were locked in that room. She was 13. And I would like to share the story of Michelle, who is from Coon Rapids. Michelle says, I quote, "My nieces were present at the 2003 Rocori school shooting. One was in the gym class where the shooting took place. The other one was eating lunch in the cafeteria and ran to hide in the library. These are very painful memories for them still that are brought up every time they hear about another school shooting. Do this for Michelle and for her nieces. Do this for all of us. Choose kids, not guns. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize a member from Olmsted, Representative Liebling. Representative Liebling's not here. Representative Berg, the member from Dakota.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After this discussion today, I have some big personal feelings. However, I have been entrusted to bring somebody else's voice forward today, so that is what I'm going to focus on. Many of you on the other side of the aisle attended a funeral for the 2 police officers and the firefighter paramedic that were killed in Burnsville, protecting a mother and her 7 children. And many of you have also attended the yearly memorial right out on the Capitol lawn to honor them. And so I hope you hear these words today. This is by Amber Finseth Smith, the firefighter paramedic sister of Adam. She says, "Everywhere I looked, the American flag flew, half-staff all over the state, hanging from bridges, patched on arms, waved by little hands as we drove past, handed, neatly folded, to my sister-in-law, pinned to our chest, and last, draped over my brother's casket. My brother Adam Finseth, a veteran, a firefighter paramedic, was murdered on February 18th, 2024 in an American suburban neighborhood by a man armed with an assault weapon, high-capacity magazines, a binary trigger, and blackout ammunition. The shooter fired more than 100 rounds in minutes. 3 first responders were killed and 1 was injured. Adam was not scheduled to work that morning. He left his sleeping wife and 2 young children because a domestic violence call came in, and that is what he was called to do in that moment and in his life. Adam had survived 2 Army tours, cancer, working as a firefighter paramedic through a pandemic, and years of quietly managing PTSD. None of that killed him. The emotional void is immeasurable, and the people I want you to think about right now are not the adults, but the children. Soon after Adam was murdered, my son asked, "Is Uncle Adam a skeleton now? Will he be at my 4th birthday party?" Now at 6, he recently told me, "Guns should be made only to shoot soft things out so no one gets hurt. Adam should still be alive." He asked why someone would kill a man who was trying to save children and injured officers. I still don't have an answer. My niece and nephew asked whether their papa's body still looks the same underground. These are not questions any child should carry, yet here we are in therapy, slowly surfacing above survival mode, trying to answer them 2 years later. My youngest started kindergarten this year. After his first week, he came home and told me about practicing how to hide in his classroom. My children do not know what happened at Annunciation last fall. I did not have the strength or the heart to tell them, to add to the fear that they carry. These children are the voiceless in this tragedy. They are watching us. They are waiting to see whether the adults in charge will do something, or whether they will explain with their inaction that this is simply the world we've decided to accept. Binary triggers are devices that fire on both the pull and the release of a trigger, closing the gap between semi-automatic weapon and a machine gun. They are not hunting tools. They are not home defense tools. The research on this is not ambiguous. More rounds per second mean more bodies. The man who murdered Adam and Burnsville police officers Paul Elmstrand and Mac Ruge was a felon who never should have had access to any firearm, let alone a modified one. to fire like a military weapon. Restricting these modifications is not a constitutional question. It is an evidence-based public health intervention. Every politician who claims to stand behind the badge must answer this: what good is your support after the funeral? Research shows that 20% of intimate partner homicide victims are not the abused partner themselves. They are the neighbors, bystanders, and the first responders who answer the call. In 2024 alone, disturbance calls were the leading circumstances in officer shootings nationwide, accounting for nearly half of all incidents. We cannot say we support first responders while refusing to address the weapons that make those calls unsurvivable. I also hear this is a mental health issue. Yes, and domestic violence is a mental health and public safety issue, and school safety is a crisis. These things are not contradictions. They are the same problem viewed from different angles. The Minnesota gun bill package addresses them together. It would prohibit weapons of war. It would fund resources that keep our schools safer. It will restrict the modifications that turned a domestic violence call into a mass casualty event. When a top Republican aide at the state capitol was asked this week whether the bill would come up for a House vote, the response was, God, no. That answer belongs to every family that comes after ours. Passing one piece doesn't betray another. Doing nothing betrays all of them. Adam's purpose was to show up every day and bring people into or back to life. Our first responders do this without hesitation. The moral contract is not complicated. We protect those who protect us, and thus we protect our children. I walk the rows at Fort Snelling now, past the stones of men who lived full lives. The grass above Adam has barely grown in. He was 40. When I see the American flag now, I feel sick. I feel anger. I feel the weight of every question my kids haven't asked yet. In 2024, my son taught me how to be brave. He said, first, you find love in your heart. Second, you find a little light in the darkness. Lastly, you find someone's hand to hold. Amber finishes with this request. I am asking you, Speaker Lisa Dameth and the Minnesota House Republicans, to hold a hand. The hand of every child is asking why. The hand of every family that comes after ours if nothing changes. The ability to answer my children's hardest questions now rests with you.
I recognize a member from Hennepin, Representative Green.
Thank you so much, Speaker. Give me just a moment here. I'm having computer issues. Thank you, Speaker. I had a friend growing up, a school friend, who has stayed close to my mind and my heart over the years. And every time I hear another story about a firearm that was accessed unintentionally and somehow someone ends up dead, I get a ping in my heart. His name was Jeff. Jeff was caring and attentive and had a quiet way about him. He was an outdoors kid, and we lived in a suburb filled with concrete. But he came to school, and he told us stories of playing in the woods and finding the only fishing pond around and spending time on his dirt bike whenever he could. We sat next to one another in class quite often. In the summer before high school, Jeff died by suicide. None of us knew he was struggling. He used his dad's shotgun. a shotgun that was left loaded, unattended, and unlocked in his home. He had access to a firearm in his darkest moment. This was in 1986. There have been countless more Jeffs since, and there didn't need to be. Just this year in South Carolina, a student accessed a firearm that was loaded, unattended, and unlocked in his friend's car in a school parking lot, his school parking lot. And he also died by suicide. But members, what if access to firearms wasn't so easy? What if we made it a little bit harder for children to access unsecured firearms? And just what if us doing so made a little bit of a difference, and that we were able to actually reduce the number of accidental or unintentional firearm use that ends up taking someone's life? Or what, at the very least, we made sure that all firearms on school grounds where students are were safely secured and not at any risk for a student to access it? Why wouldn't we do that? What would be another plan? Members, I encourage a green vote. What's the best that could happen?
I recognize a member from Anoka, Representative Niska.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I certainly am not going to try to interrupt Democrats from filibustering their own bill, but just as a matter of housekeeping, I move that when the House adjourns today, it adjourns until 12 noon, Saturday, May 16, 2026.
Representative, so this is just the motion to set the time of adjournment. Representative Niska moves that when the House adjourns today, it adjourns until 12 noon, Saturday, May 16, 2026. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. The motion prevails. All right. Representative Long.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to acknowledge that we have a visitor, our esteemed U.S. Senator Tina Smith.
I recognize the member from Olmsted, Representative Liebling. All right, I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to start with a story. My friend Mike is a pediatrician at HCMC. One day, a 5-year-old boy came in wearing a helmet. Mike thought, hey, what is this? You know, normally when you see a kid wearing a helmet, it's because they've got, at that age, it's because they've got a flat head. So Mike, in his normal jovial way, said, hey, buddy, you know, what's your helmet for? The boy looks up at him and said, I got shot in the brain. Mike proceeded to learn that the boy had found a gun in the trunk of his uncle's car, and while playing with it, shot himself. The boy needed neurosurgery and months of recovery. Mike only saw him as a patient once, and we don't know how his development was impacted since then. In his line of work, Mike sees the many ways and routes in which guns lead to injury and death. Guns are particularly efficient at deploying and causing harm, and the consequences are often irreversible. In a recent Star Tribune op-ed, he shares what we know, that no single intervention addresses all firearm violence. Real reductions come with layering strategies across policy, community, and health systems. We've heard today from the other side of the aisle that guns don't kill people, people kill people. But I don't think it's either or. It's both. And what I like about Representative Greenman's bill is that it addresses both. There's mental health supports, anonymous reporting systems, and common sense gun management. The question today is whether we can come together and say, yes, It's both. Are we willing to take steps collectively and imperfectly to reduce the likelihood of the next gun violence accident, the next gun violence tragedy, so that the next kid, whether it's yours or mine, or the next kid of any of a Minnesota parent, is not the next victim? This bill is worth taking up, so please vote green.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I had a different speech planned. I was going to talk to you about several instances of gun violence in my community of Northeast Minneapolis. But instead, I want to talk about when I was in a school shooting as a child. My mom is a proud educator. She's a teacher. I think like Representative Keeler, she's had every job in a school, from lunch lady to curriculum director to teacher. But in this instance, she was having a parent meeting with students who were doing a dance club. I was very young. I was a little bit older than Representative Jones' baby, but I was 5 years old. I was playing on the playground with my brother while my mom had this parent meeting, and one of her other students was taking care of us. While we were playing on the playground, playing on the swings specifically, there was a shooting, and one of my mom's students shot another one of her own students on the playground while we were there. That babysitter pushed my brother and I to the ground and held us there until the shooting had stopped and the police arrived. If she hadn't done that, it is very likely that my brother would not be with us today. I wasn't planning on sharing this story, but today is my brother's birthday. He's 35. He spent the day in a boat, which I think is what he would like to do on his 35th birthday. This bill wasn't urgent in the 90s when this happened in 1995, but I think it's very urgent today. It should have been urgent then. It should have been urgent when there was a mass shooting. At every school that there's been a mass shooting, and there's too many for us to name. You've heard some of those stories today. I think it's also fitting that it's one of those, my earliest memories as a child was these feelings and hearing those. It's really the hearing and the loud noises. I think a lot about what Representative Tabke said a few weeks ago when he talked about the pauses. I can still remember those pauses. I'm very grateful that my brother cannot remember that. I think that this is something that has been urgent. This has been urgent for a long time. There was a lot of people who are excited about celebrating America's 250th birthday. I usually celebrate that at Boom Island in Northeast Minneapolis. There have been in 2022, there was a mass shooting on the 4th of July, where I like to watch fireworks on the 4th of July, where 8 people were injured. There was another mass shooting there just last year where 1 person was killed. I was going to share this email I got from a constituent, and so much of it reminds me of what my own mother, who is an educator and who had to experience her students getting shot and her children almost being killed at the school that she worked at. So this is an email I received, excuse me, from a constituent less than a month after Annunciation, when Waite Park Community School, and if you know anything about Minneapolis, Northeast Minneapolis, you know that schools are our community, and I think it's very fitting that this elementary school does have the word community in it. But that school was shut down because somebody called the school and threatened to shoot anything that moved when school was out. This is an elementary school, so these are very small children. Anything that moved with his AR-15. This was later determined to be a false swatting incident, but parents, educators, children were still put on lockdown with a very real threat that they didn't know was fake until much later. And here's an email I received from Bridget about a mom she feels and the urgency she feels about us holding this vote. Yesterday, I received a text from my friend and a teacher who is also a Waite Park parent, saying that they are on code yellow lockdown due to receiving a threat. As you probably know by now, the man said he would come to the school with his assault rifle and shoot everything that moves. As a parent, this is my worst nightmare. And as a teacher, this is her worst nightmare. Our community of parents are grateful for the quick response of the staff and the Minneapolis Police Department and are grateful they have the suspect in custody. This is an empty threat and everyone is alive. But it might not have been, as we know far too well in Minneapolis. I'm writing today, as many have before, to desperately urge my elected representatives to prioritize gun control. We do not have to and should not have to live like this, wondering if we are doing the right thing by dropping our kids off at our public community school and wondering if today is the day that a deranged psychopath with a military-style gun takes the life of children and our cherished Waite Park staff. I know what you are up against, but I still plead with you to push as hard as you can. Members, we, for a long time, have not pushed as hard as we can. We have not found the urgency in all of the people who have been shot, whether it was at Boom Island, or whether it was at Annunciation, or whether it was at any school, or any of these other instances we heard about domestic violence, about senseless community violence, about self-harm. I don't know why this isn't more urgent. I can't think of anything that is more urgent. Today, it is urgent. We need to have the vote. We need to declare urgency. We need to hold this vote tonight. Thank you.
I recognize a member from Anoka, Representative Engen.
Rinse, wash, repeat. I was going to stand up earlier and I was going to give you a litany of reasons why this bill is unworkable. I was going to engage in the same sort of conversation that you've heard on this side of the aisle for going on 3 hours now, maybe more. But then I thought about something. I thought about Mr. Mike Moisky and Miss Jackie Flavin, Harper's parents, who were sitting up there not that long ago. And I decided to slash my name from the list because I didn't want to engage in that same rinse, wash, repeat. The same conversation that we continually have after every single one of these tragedies. And I know I've told you guys the story about how I was in 8th grade during the Newtown, Connecticut, Sandy Hook school shooting. I don't need to retell that story. I don't need to tell you the story about how I care about about school safety and how I've been trying to advance and advocate for the SHIELD Act for going on 4 years now, and it hasn't really been met with much interest or any form of urgency to get done. But I want to tell you guys this, that in 2012, during the Sandy Hook school shooting, it ignited a nationwide conversation about this exact form of bill that we have in front of us here tonight. The exact same bill, no different. Then Speaker Boehner, President Obama, and Senate Majority Leader Harry Reid were trying to come up with whether or not we should institute a similar ban like we had in 1994. It was about this thick, too. It wasn't much bigger than this very bill right here. But they were relying on an old relic of a crutch that we always refer back to and debate after these senseless tragedies. But what we don't ever look at is whether or not these tragedies have occurred in states with this very same bill having already been law. And there's several, more than several instances of school shootings, mass tragedies occurring after this bill is the law of the land. Let's look at California. They have the longest standing ban, ranging back to 1989. You had Stockton, Cleveland Elementary, AK-47 rifle, killing 5 children and wounding 30 plus on the playground. This bill was in effect. At Oikos University, 2012, 7 killed with a handgun. And since, they've led the total school shootings in the nation as a state with over 100 plus. Longest standing ban since 1989. Yeah, Connecticut, Sandy Hook. 26 killed, 20 children, 6 adults. Bushmaster AR-15 assault-style weapon. Yes, it is the gun that you guys continually bring up that did kill these kids. I will not lie to you about that. but the ban was already in effect. This same bill was already law. Northern Illinois University in 2008, gunman killed 5 and wounded 21 using a shotgun and semi-automatic handgun, not one of the banned assault rifles. New York, Olean High School, 3 killed, 11 wounded. Maryland, Massachusetts, New Jersey, all have had the exact same song and dance. And what did they do? They instituted the exact same rinse, wash, repeat with bills like this. You know what I'm not going to do today? I'm not going to vote no against your urgency. I'm going to stay off the board because I don't want to be that same rinse, wash, repeat legislator that I watched on TV after having gone and seen these tragedies occur when I was in grade school. I'm not going to fall back on the talking points that you guys always claim come from the NRA and we always claim come from Moms Demand Action, like who was yelling outside of our chamber. I'm not going to use any of those talking points. I'm going to refuse to engage in a binary debate that we have used as a crutch for going on 50-plus years. The same song and dance. And God forbid this ever became law and we cheered and we celebrated as if it was going to prevent the next one, and it happened again. God forbid then. I'm not going to stand here and lie and tell you that there's a singular fix to this issue, because there isn't. But there doesn't have to be a singular response from us either. Let's quit it with the same song and dance. Let's quit it with the rinse, wash, repeat. Let's start taking up proposals that actually have some bipartisan support, that are common sense, that don't divide us, but that bring us closer together. That don't promise to solve all of the societal ills under the sun, only to have them happen again. I think we should all stay off that board tonight. I think we should all refuse to engage in this debate and instead sit down and talk with one another and do something that the nation has not seen done, and coming up with a proposal that is visionary, that is new and unique. I'll be in that back room, and I hope that you join me to do so.
I recognize a member from Hennepin, Representative Lee X.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to remember a rising youth in Brooklyn Park whose life was tragically taken too soon. His name was Sioka Siko, or SK for short. SK was a great student athlete, beloved by his fellow students and his teachers. SK maintained a 3.8 GPA, and as a senior, he was a key member on his Park Center boys varsity basketball team. In fact, in March of 2022, he helped the Pirates win the high school Class 4A state championship. And I remember this vividly because just earlier in February, I had won my special election for city council and was just sworn in. And we wanted to celebrate their win, so at a city council meeting, we invited all of them to come, and they came, and we recognized them, and I shook all their hands, and I shook his hand. In November of 2022, SK was fatally shot by a ghost gun. Ghost guns can be made a variety of different ways. Pre-bundled kits, 3D printing, buying scrap parts separately and then assembling them together, or a combination of any of those things, or other ways that people can find to make a gun. 16 states and DC have already adopted some sort of regulation on ghost guns. And last year in March, the Supreme Court upheld these regulations in a 7-2 decision. It is a new area, and so ghost guns remain up for more debates. We need more research and investigation, but a lot of polls are clear that the majority of Americans want regulations on ghost guns. Everyone, Democrats and Republicans. They want guns to be traceable. And this bill sets tough penalties for anyone who possesses, receives, owns, transfers, sells, and/or distributes ghost guns. And it gives plenty of time for those who happen to have a ghost gun to get it serialized. So this just makes sense. This should be bipartisan. We have to make sure guns in Minnesota are identifiable. Mr. Speaker, we still have time well, not Friday, but in the 2 days remaining. Let's get this gun control package into conversation. We've had great conversations today, and let's make it happen. Let's get this done for Minnesotans, especially for our children. Thank you.
I recognize a member from Hennepin, Representative Mahmoud.
Members, I rise today to share a story of a mother here from Minnesota, and a story that too many parents are facing and share together. With the lives of their children, they wonder, will they be safe? Will they return home safe? And a time when our children question whether they will return home safe from the playground and from school. A story from a mother. I'm a mother of 2 children who were born within a couple of years of Columbine. They have active shooter drills from kindergarten to 12th grade. Most parents worry about their kids, but the fear of them being gunned down at school or a concert or church shouldn't be among them. Nor should lasting trauma from seeing a friend or a classmate injured or killed by bullets that are literally designed to rip apart flesh, or the anxiety they feel from the reality that our society has decided to accept this as normal. It's not normal. And you have the power to change that. This bill is about their childhood, the childhood we all believe in, the childhood where they can go to the playground and feel safe and laugh among their friends, a childhood where they're excited for the first day of school. This is for us to take action. And we have to decide that this is not normal. So members, I ask for your support in protecting our children.
I recognize a member from Hennepin, Representative Carroll.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate it. I've been going back and forth whether I should share what I wanted to say, but I rise in support of this motion, and to Representative Engen's point, to have a discussion about it if this passes. So our lives changed on June 14th, mine in particular. I was wakened at 4:30 in the morning by our police chief telling me that they were at the bottom of our driveway waiting to escort us to safety, to 494. And I had to rally my wife and Fortunately, my kids weren't there at the time, but it was a very unnerving experience. He was there along with some squads. They escorted us to 494 and to safety. I didn't like living that way. I've never had to fear living where I live. Every day since then, when I open the front door, I wonder if someone's going to be there to shoot me. That's not a way to live. We need to have this discussion. We need to have this debate. We need to make a decision. So I support this. Thank you.
I recognize a member from St. Louis, Representative Kozlowski.
Thank you, Speaker. One moment as I unlock my computer. I am rising today to share stories from my district. This story comes from Kevin Erickson, who is a gun owner from Duluth, who grew up hunting in northern Minnesota. But a few weeks ago, he says, "My 10-year-old son came home from school carrying something no child should ever have to shoulder: fear. During an MCA test, students have to place their devices in a bin. That included the smartwatch I bought for my son, not as a toy, but as a lifeline. After watching police fail children at Uvalde, I memorized classroom numbers, track locations, and made sure my kids could reach me in any emergency. Because when seconds matter, no parent should have to wonder if they'll see their kid again." As the test began, my son sat there terrified, not of failing the exam, but of a school shooter. He worried that if someone came through those doors, he wouldn't be able to call me. We told him the adults would keep him safe, but his anxiety and what he's seen across the country leaves us as parents asking, why should we have to buy bulletproof backpacks or smartwatches just so our kids can survive math class? We do not have to live like this. We can protect the Second Amendment and still pass common sense gun laws that keep these deadly weapons out of dangerous hands. And I will say, members, in Duluth, we know exactly what happens when deadly firearms are too easy to access and they turn into near misses thanks to red flag catches or worse, irreversible tragedy. Just 2 weeks after the Annunciation shootings, a man in Duluth threatened to shoot up the Laura MacArthur Elementary School in my community. And actually just hours after that incident, there was an arrest in Princeton where the school was put on high alert after a threat was made online. This is another story that actually bounces off the story from Representative Buck. Like when a dad shot and killed his 2 sons and their moms in Duluth, in our Denfeld neighborhood, almost 2 years ago. This comes from an elementary school teacher who says, "Both of these boys were my students. One of them had been in my classroom for 2 years, and the younger one was known by everyone, staff, students, neighbors, because of his unbelievable charm and sweetness. I've been teaching since before Sandy Hook, before lockdown drills became routine, but this shooting, this family annihilation, led me to take urgent action. I watched 7-year-olds grieve their classmates. Kids became terrified of guns before they could even learn long division. So many of us try not to think about the horror and fear we will feel about gun violence until it strikes someone we love. When we saw this horrible shooting that sent shockwaves throughout the community, I didn't just see it, I felt it and lived it every day. And Oliver's entire class of 7-year-old peers knew and loved him. They learned what happened to them and they were scared, terrified, and very traumatized. They had to discuss what happened and then practice active shooter drills after that in case a man came with a gun into their school and tried to shoot them. The staff were also traumatized, and many could not work for some time, carrying trauma that never really leaves. Even the neighbors who were used to him playing outside and ringing their doorbells or coming over for a chat also felt the same incredible loss and fear. Every scary gun death carries with it a huge network of secondary trauma. This is not normal. And members, I'll also say that today when I Googled when was the last shooting in 2026, I see that there's 179 mass shootings already in 2026. And it's only been 2 days since the last one that we know of. And in fact, on this day in 2022, a white supremacist shot and killed 10 black people and injured 3 others as they were grocery shopping in East Buffalo, New York. I'll also say that I'm here with a heavy spirit and that it's been over 20 years since the Red Lake school shooting, which is the deadliest school shooting in Minnesota history. And survivors in my community say that they feel forgotten. And to them I say, Gagige Mikwendagoziwag Bizendawieg, you will never be forgotten. You will always be remembered forever, but they should be here. And today we wear red, which, as we've shared a lot, that's the color that the spirits see. But I also wear green. I'll also say that in 2016, I wore a red ribbon pinned to my running shorts at the starting line of Grandma's Marathon with my Native and Latine running group the week of the deadly Pulse Club nightclub shooting in Florida, which was soon followed by Club Q in Colorado, really turning our joy into tragedy. And I'll say that all of these shootings target young, Latine, Black, Brown, Native, queer folks, murdering in spaces that are meant for just everyday life, but also celebration, safety, and community. And to Minnesotans, you deserve to be able to go and shop for groceries, to go to school, to see a movie, to worship, to dance, to love, that our kids deserve to live long and full lives, not die under desks or pews. Queer people deserve to live openly and safely, and Black and Brown and Indigenous communities deserve to dream our wildest dreams, especially here on our homelands. So to everybody here in this room who has the power to vote, I hope we, one, take a vote, but also that we choose people in our futures over gun manufacturers and gun dealers and gun lobbyists. Choose courage and act now. Gego, Wendo, Win, Khan. That's a command, and it means don't ever give up. And that's what my elders say to me. So Nikani, Nikani Gana, Weweni Mi'u.
I recognize the member from Rice, Representative Purcell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too rise, as you've heard so many voices, with deep concern in my heart for Minnesotans, for the pain that we have collectively and individually suffered. And I want to say, we take this very seriously. This is deadly serious. This is a matter of life and death. This is about weapons of war and common sense gun control legislation, to the member from Goodhue and all Minnesotans. I condemn political violence, and in fact, all acts of violence. And I miss my friend. I'll wait. I miss my friend, whose desk is right over there and was taken 11 months ago today. And that makes every person in here a victim of gun violence, some of us a little closer to the breast. And we know that both the victims and the perpetrators of gun violence are from every creed, every background, every race, every gender, every religion. But that desk there, that is conspicuously empty because a white Christian nationalist decided he was helping. And it is an incredible amount of hurt and pain that reverberates through this building and will for generations. I miss my friend. And this is not a game, certainly not to the Democrats you see on this floor. And sadly, we now join too many Minnesotans, too many Americans as victims of gun violence in this uniquely American epidemic. It doesn't have to be this way. It truly doesn't. The stories that we have been hearing and will continue to hear today, I would like to share one from an individual in Arden Hills who says, I witnessed the aftermath of a shooting at North High School in Minneapolis in 1995 when I was in high school. After he was shot in his car, the victim continued driving, lost consciousness, and crashed his car into a road construction barrier across the street from where I was standing. In 2016, my son attended Crossroads Science in St. Paul when a child brought a gun to school and it went off inside the classroom. While my son was not present at the school for the incident, my friend's daughter was in the classroom where the gun went off. While I was not directly impacted by this gun violence, these incidences were followed by opinions and positions that schools should be more fortified and should have more security. In 1995, I do not believe that a security guard could have done anything to prevent that gun from being shot. In 2016, I can't imagine having my pre-K age son with learning disabilities going through a metal detector to enter his school. The answer is simple, says this Minnesotan. Create gun control measures to prevent children from having access to them. Please, please, let's do something. Let's do everything. Let's do anything to stop this epidemic. Vote green.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Elkins.
Members, as someone who grew up in a sporting household and graduated from an NRA Junior Rifle Club hunter safety program when I was young, I grew up respecting responsible gun ownership and safe gun handling practices. These experiences taught me the importance of gun safety education and respect for the inherent dangers posed by any firearm. Today, my wife and I are active members of Moms Demand Action. The epidemic of gun violence described in the stories that my colleagues have told this afternoon has turned us both into advocates for common sense gun violence protection policies that would help protect our communities and keep our families safe. The weapons of war and dangerous features that would be banned by this bill were never contemplated by the firearm safety training that I received in my youth, and they have no useful purpose or safe place in our society. By taking up and passing this bill, we'll be taking meaningful steps to stem this epidemic of gun violence. Members, please vote green on this bill.
I recognize the member from Anoka, Representative Cagle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the effects we don't see about gun violence. You know, I wasn't planning to speak today, but the stories that have been shared today have been really heartbreaking, and I wanted to share my family's experience. Friday, June 6, 2025, after I left this body to go home from what I'm sure was a very painful and torturing negotiating session in transportation, I pulled into my driveway, and a 15-year-old boy lay dead across the street from my house. As I was pulling up, so were the ambulances and the police. A bullet went through my neighbor's bedroom window where they slept with their 2-year-old son. We all know what happened on June 14th. I don't know how many of you had to explain to your 7-year-old that a person that they had been around their entire lives was murdered by a bad man. And that same weekend, trying not to let your family overhear that you were trying not to let your family overhear while you were on a call with the FBI that you were on this crazed man's hit list. November 20th, 2025, I was getting ready to go to an event. I don't remember what it was. My husband was standing, waiting in front of our front door for my kid to get off the bus. Just before her bus turned the corner down our street, my husband saw a man get out of his car and put a shotgun in his mouth. You can imagine how that ended. My family's been traumatized. My neighbors have been traumatized. My daughter can't go into a room, even her own bedroom, on her own. And many of you, well, I don't know how many of you were here around then, but probably doesn't seem like very many of you on the floor were here back when, she was our little transportation baby here. She's been in this building her entire life. Gun violence doesn't affect us all in the way that is often seen. The reason I'm leaving this body is not only because of the lack of actual public interest in public policy, or that I can't stand to watch this once honorable institution crumble because of the lack of general courtesy and respect. I'm leaving because my family's scared. My family's scared because that we will be targets. My daughter is dealing with this trauma every day. The analogies that are being used on this House floor are silly. How many people can a crazed person kill with a hammer in 30 seconds? Cars, they have to be registered. You know what? You have to take a test to actually be able to operate one. The message I'm hearing from the GOP is that we can't stop all shootings, so we shouldn't try to stop any of them. With that logic, should we just stop researching cancer because we can't cure all cancer? DFLers aren't saying that this bill will stop all gun violence. What we are saying is that we won't let our children be sacrificial lambs led to the slaughter of weapons of war that are meant to rip through bodies. Protect our children, not pieces of metal.
I recognize a member from Hennepin, Representative Freiberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of Leader Long's motion and to share a story. So we deserve a real debate and a vote on this bill. No theatrics, no stalling, just actual conversation about a path forward for Minnesotans with actions to match. We've been asked to share stories, and this is a story I received from a teacher in Shoreview. Gun violence impacts all of us in the schools who are teachers. I teach at a local district and have the stress of escape plans ready. I have cabinets emptied to put students in, a hammer in my drawer to break the window if we need to get out, and a bookcase next to the window to climb if needed. We should not have to think about this as teachers. Members, this shouldn't be about politics as usual. These are people's lives. Students and teachers are asking us to hear them. Thoughts and prayers will never bring back those lost to gun violence. They deserved a future, and this is about preventing it happening to any other Minnesotans. National history is waiting for our response. Please vote green on this motion.
I recognize a member from Benton, Representative Wogamont.
Mr. Speaker and members, I rise to take action on the unique, urgent, and devastating epidemic of gun violence here in Minnesota and throughout our country. I rise as a father of 2 daughters who go to school every day. I rise as a football coach, a Sunday school teacher, someone who cares deeply about the children in our state. And Mr. Speaker and members, let's have a vote. Let's have a vote. The stakes are too high. Too many people have died. Too many lives are at stake. Let's bring this bill up to a vote to show Minnesotans that we stand with them in making sure that no Minnesotan has to live in fear of losing their life or a loved one's life to gun violence. Mr. Speaker, I had the opportunity to speak with some of the families from Annunciation, and hearing those stories, it made my heart shatter. That could be me. Those could have been my daughters. Mr. Speaker, it makes me want to cry. It makes me want to scream. It makes me want to throw up with the injustice of what has happened. But more important, I hope it makes us want to vote on this critical package that passed the Senate that has the opportunity to save lives and make sure that none of us have to get that call about our children or the children that we love and that we care for, to make sure that none of us has to feel that sickening feeling of losing someone that we love. It's a reminder every day, looking at Speaker Emerita Hortman's desk. Members, this is urgent. How many more massacres, how many more loved ones will we have to see die to gun violence until we take action. The very least that we can do is to declare an urgency and take a vote. Have the courage to show your constituents where you stand on this issue. And let's make very clear whether you stand with children and innocent Minnesotans or you stand with the gun manufacturers who profit off of violence in our state. Mr. Speaker, I urge a green vote. Let's take up this bill. Let's have a vote. Hold the vote, and let's get some common sense gun violence prevention measures passed that can and will save lives here in Minnesota.
I recognize the member from Hennepin.
Mr. Speaker, point of parliamentary inquiry.
State your point of parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, we've heard repeated calls to hold the vote. We're now at over 4 hours of Democrats filibustering their own bill. How many speakers do you have on the list of Democrats continuing to filibuster this bill?
I have a list of at least 4, and I'm told there are more, and I'm just waiting on that list. I recognize a member from Hennepin, Representative Katiza-Watoon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members who were here during the trifecta will remember the many hours of debate that we listened to about hamburgers, among other things. So you can listen to us today. When I was in elementary school, we would be ushered into the media center for duck and cover tornado drills. And now as a mom, my kids practice lockdown drills in the case that an active shooter enters their school building. Most recently, my 5-year-old told me we had to turn off the lights and sit against the lockers like this, and if you had to go to the bathroom, shrug, he said. There were no bad guys, Mom. It was just pretend. 27 years ago, members, this country was rocked by an unimaginable massacre at Columbine High School. I was in middle school, and in the years since, these shootings have become almost routine and certainly imaginable. Elected officials didn't take action after Columbine. They didn't take action after Sandy Hook. And now here I am, hearing from my constituents, hearing from my children, and doing everything in my power to change the course of history just a little bit so that my grandkids aren't here 27 years from now begging their elected officials to do something. I want to leave you with a few words from a retired teacher from Apple Valley. I'm a retired elementary classroom teacher who spent too much time preparing for the possibility of a mass shooting at my school. The thought of not being able to protect the lives of my students in the event of an active shooter situation was a weight I had to bear through many years of my career. This should not be something a caring teacher has to be concerned about, and yet it continues to be a cold and bitter reality for educators all across this state and across this country. Members, educators shouldn't have to live this way. And our kids don't have to die this way. We can't become numb to the horror of mass shootings. I don't want to sit here next year after another completely imaginable and avoidable tragedy and think about the difference that you could have made. Choose kids, not guns. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Bonner.
Sorry, I need to cover myself a little bit. Everyone here knows my story about gun violence and trauma. But I'm going to be honest, I'm a little bit tired. I'm tired of the implication that this vote is about theatrics. This vote isn't about theatrics for me. I just want to make that clear. But today I rise to tell the story of a librarian from Blaine. She works in the stillness of the stacks next to the school, with the smell of books and the crisp crack of the spines as it opens, the smoothness of the cool pages. She shares her love of reading and the quiet stillness of words with students. She practices active shooter drills, hiding from danger as her memory relives past gun threats on that sacred space. Ever vigilant, fearful of gunshots breaking the silence. In her words, gun violence has become too commonplace in our country. Something needs to change. I am the daughter of an ER nurse that has seen too much tragedy. I'm a family member of someone with children that were in the sanctuary at Annunciation, who still can't return to that heartbreaking space. But I pledge to you today, I'm going to let my prayers move my feet. As the Maple Grove neighbor to the family of Brian Thompson and Officer Jamal Mitchell, I stand before you today. As someone that lives with the sadness and the guilt of surviving a gunman when those I love did not. I see you. I understand your pain. I feel it deep in my bones. It's time to be brave, members. It's time to be brave for all those people outside. We've heard a lot about rights today. But what about the rights of school children? The rights of the victims? The rights of the survivors left behind? Today, I vote for those whose courage and resilience stands in the void. I vote for children who have a fundamental right to live a future free of gun violence. It's time to vote for kids, not guns. Rest in power, Speaker Hortman. Vote green.
I recognize the member from Ramsey, Representative Lugar-Nicolai.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate that much of the discussion has centered on schools and centered on teachers, many of whom I have in my family and who I love and who I often work with in my day job. And I am, of course, concerned about the safety of my own children in schools as well, but I'm proud today to be able to carry the story of a teacher, Regina, who lives in Winona. As an elementary school teacher, she says, school shootings have taken up way more brain space for me than they should. This summer, I was working in a new classroom when the school went into a lockdown. I realized in that moment that I hadn't yet analyzed the new space to determine the easiest escape routes during a school shooting. Thankfully, the lockdown was related to a medical emergency and not a school shooting. However, it is sad that my brain immediately jumped to that scenario. Students and teachers should be focused on learning. Gun violence should never have a place in schools. Please do this for teachers. I rise in support of this motion because I
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
With Regina.
State your point of order.
Mr. Speaker, Mason's section 112.7. A lot of these speeches are just reading from scripts right now, Mr. Speaker. And if everyone is so convicted about this issue, I would hope that members have their words prepared. Thank you.
Representative Lugar-Nicolai.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, folks, in the first years after the Red Lake tragedy, which took place in 2005, we did very little. We did very little for students. We did very little for teachers. What we did at that time was we taught people run, hide, fight drills, and we changed our work comp laws to cover PTSD, as if there wasn't a better metaphor for the cows being out of the barn and down the lane before we looked at the barn door. We can do better than that. We can do better than that now, and that is why I support Representative Greenman's motion. We have the ability to do better. We have, as a state, adopted things like safe storage laws, and we have adopted reasonable permitting requirements. And these are things that we did oftentimes, and I watched over vociferous objections and debates and slippery slope arguments that ultimately proved untrue. So I know that in this case, we can do something. And the fact that this thing may not solve everything is not a reason to do nothing. According to the Brady Center, the assault weapons ban during the 10 years in which it existed reduced mass gun deaths by 70%. That is as good a reason as I can think of as any for us to look at this policy and adopt this policy. So we should move on this motion and we should move to a vote on the bill. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Ramsey, Representative Perez-Vega.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Antonio Nino Evans, 22-year-old from St. Paul who died on June 9, 2008 due to gun violence. Anthony Titus, North Minneapolis, July 4th, 2010. Joey Anthony Rivera, September 26, 2010. Abdul Elmi, July 5th, 2012. Mauricio Mata Thielen, 26, of St. Paul, October 31st, 2020. Markeisha Wiley, 27, October 10th, 2021. Gabriel Dino Mendoza, October 2022. Melissa Mark and their dog Gilbert, June 14, 2025. And the Children of Annunciation, August of 2025. I'm reading off names. Majority of those on those lists are names that I know. Names that not only know, but I have personal experiences. I don't know if you get the call, other members, but to sing at churches, at funerals, but I have spoken at several of them and held memorials over caskets. Holding hands to parents, getting tissues passed from priests, while you sing Eyes on the Sparrow at St. Peter's Claver Church, to the memorials at Harriet Island where we put balloons in the sky, because gun violence is real in my life, in all of our lives. I wish that I didn't have to read those names to honor their memory, and also to remind folks that these actions happen inside of our schools, inside of our homes, inside of our outside of our playgrounds, and they never leave. I felt touching words from Representative Ned Carroll when he shared his story of June 14th and receiving a call, because we all received that call. Some of us earlier in the morning and some of us later, and I was one of those early phone calls shortly after you. We haven't even had time to grieve as colleagues together. Because even before we started this session, and while I'm glad to have a daughter who is so excited about going to school and loves being in her classroom, the shaking of the heart that gulps every time I think about her asking if mommy's safe at work is if she's asking if she's safe at school. I've had to bury my friends and seen the makeup of the mortuaries put their makeup on over bullet wounds, whether it's been in their hearts and their heads and their fingers. And I'm getting a little shaken up because we had a warrior in here that just walked in by the name of Senator John Hoffman, who survived that day. And he gave me a big hug and said, "You got this, mija." Because before he was a victim of gun violence, and thankfully a survivor of gun violence, we've held these conversations as how this is connected to the human services that we fight for when we talk about behavioral and mental health for not just our children, but for the parents of those children that are no longer alive. This isn't just about gun violence. This is about the circulation of what Minnesotans deserve in overall safety in all of our policy sectors. This isn't about a partisanship here. This should be about Minnesotans leading by example of cause and effect. They're the cause of what happened that we don't want to ever feel again, and we can be effective by supporting what's being floated around here. I don't want to take too much time. I'm passionate. I'll remain passionate to the day that I take my last breath. My father served this country, drafted to war, and speaks as not only as a veteran, but speaks as a grandfather to children from high school into early elementary, who says that these guns are not supposed to be accessible to folks who are not in those military trainings and in a war. We're not in a war zone when we're in our schools, but unfortunately, it is in Minnesota. It is in this country. It is an epidemic. Let's be lawmakers here. Let's do what's right. Let's make sure that we can be effective to the horrible causes that have happened, to the trauma that has happened. This isn't about who we're calling a felon, who we're calling these names. This is about parents that are grieving. Us that are supposed to be grieving together and holding responsibility to enforce and create this law that can happen. Will it change like a bibbidi-bobbidi-doo magic wand? It's a part of creating the change that's being asked. This isn't about people yelling outside. This is about people grieving outside and expecting us as lawmakers to do something. Shame on those who don't think that this is something that we need to take action right now. Let's stop floating this thing around and let's vote green on this. Let's get humanity back to Minnesotans who deserve to have justice. We deserve justice as body of this house. The Hortmans deserve justice. The children who are no longer in those classrooms deserve justice. As well as the many friends that I've listed there whose families never get to celebrate their birthdays ever again. I'm tired of the balloons to the sky. I want to be able to give the balloons to the kids so they can live to their highest potential and care that Minnesotans cared about them. Let's get this together and let's get ready to vote green.
I recognize a member from Hennepin, Representative Cleavorn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, it's difficult to hear this conversation. Years ago, I was held up at gunpoint. And as I sat here today, my heart was racing. And it's amazing the smells that come rushing back. I have been sitting here for hours smelling hot metal, hot oil. I'm fortunate to be here today, so I will express my debt of gratitude for quick action and safety. Little kids should never be expected to outrun a bullet. Speaker Hortman is much younger than me and could not outrun a bullet. But today I want to share this story. In Plymouth, we've had several gun violence incidents that were accidental, intentional, painful, and tragic. But I want to share the story from Amanda, who says, I am a mother, a therapist, a community member. In 2021, my cousin's 9-year-old daughter was killed in a community gun violence incident. This event has ripples of trauma for my family, for her friends and teachers, for the responding officers, community members, and everyone who loved Amanda. It's incredibly painful. As a licensed therapist who has worked in schools, I have met with students terrified of a school shooting happening. They describe hypervigilance, which is something that our side of the aisle knows all too well now. Just walking between classes, they look for exits in every room they go into. I have helped students process losing loved ones to gun violence, and these children ask why. It just doesn't stop. We need hope that changes can be made, that adults will listen and take action. Please do this for Amanda and to our families who experienced this trauma so recently. I cannot imagine that I understand your pain, but I do know my own trauma and how difficult and how many years it has taken me to live with it. I wish you peace, and the least we can do is make sure that children do not pay the price for adults owning weapons.
I recognize for a third time the member from Olmsted, Representative Liebling.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Maybe I should have the floor for 3 times as long. I don't know. No, probably not. But so members, Mr. Speaker and members, I am really honored this evening now to bring forward to this chamber the voice of a physician who experienced the Annunciation shooting from the point of view of their professional perch. And this is what he said. The conversations I had with my patients that day still haunt me. The juxtaposition of one child telling me that he was shot in the back while laying on top of his friend, likely saving his life, against his innocent excitement at having received a new Matchbox truck for his collection from our Child Life team. Another young girl also instinctively laid on top of first graders, shielding them from the spray of bullets. As I removed bullet fragments from her arm and leg, she asked how we could leave the fragment in her skull, knowing that it would be there every time she brushed her hair. Medically, I can answer these questions, but as an adult, I truly feel like we have failed our children. The common theme I heard from the kids that day was, I knew what to do because we prepare for this. While I am in awe of these students' bravery, I'm also devastated by the fact that we live in a society where we have asked this of our children and educators, to prepare with militaristic precision for the inevitability that they will be targeted and potentially murdered in their own school. The inevitability. As a doctor, I am supposed to train and prepare for the worst. This should not be required of kids, educators, or parents. Thank you.
I recognize a member from Clay, Representative Keeler.
Thank you, Speaker. One of the things I said, and I've talked to a lot of you about our kids and like why we're here doing this work. And for me, it was really important to enter into this space as a mom. I think a lot of us are here as legislators, a lot of us are here as the professions that we are in the world. We talk a lot about that. The thing that I know that I said is I looked my beautiful kids in the eyes and I said, I didn't just want to be a mom that complained on social media when major things happened in this world. I wanted to be a mom that could look my kids in the face and tell them, I did everything I possibly could to make this world a better place for you. And what I believe is this side of the aisle is absolutely doing that. And I am so proud of us. Representative Greenman, it's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve in this time, in this moment, in this hardship, for what is right. I think a lot of us have stepped off the floor to go talk to some of the parents who are here and who have been showing up. And a couple of them said to me, we've never been to the Capitol. This is the first time, and we've been here 3 or 4 different times. And I think it's our job as legislators to listen to the public. It's our job to listen to people. I, in my time here, came in with my own mind frame about something, and I know it's not just about me. If the only reason you're serving in this seat is because of something you want, you're forgetting that you're supposed to serve 42,000 constituents that need us to help keep them safe. And I've watched you guys on your phones, not pay attention. You have almost no compassion to the people that are outside who are deeply devastated and asking us to do something. One of the parents just told me about a story that their child walked into a church, and the whole conversation was that this church is safer because the windows are higher. This is not okay. What we're doing to our kids and our next generations is not okay. Red Lake Nation will tell you, an entire generation after a school shooting, we are impacting an entire next generation right now. And we have the ability to do something. There's been a lot of times that some of us don't just stick to party lines. I'm a Democrat that's done that in the past, and my party doesn't always love that. But the truth is that there are some things that we have to do for our community because that's what we're here to do. If we don't do something now, we are telling our future generations that this didn't matter. And what I want us all to know, and to be very honest with ourselves, 20, 30, 40 years, hopefully none of you are still sitting here. I think that's too long for all of us to be here. But there will be a time when people will ask you, there was a moment in history, and this is one of those moments for many reasons, and your future generations that you probably don't even know right now are going to ask you, what did you do? They're going to ask you, what did you do when you had the ability to make a choice to help keep us safe? And I know for the Democrats, we're proving what we're willing to do. We're proving how we're ready to show up. We're understanding that we have to braid many different elements together. Speaker, I'd like to do a call of the House.
There's enough hands. There'll be a call of the House. The clerk will take the roll. how dramatically quiet. The clerk will close the roll.
Mr. Speaker, I move the call of the House be lifted.
All those in favor say aye.
Mr. Speaker,
Any opposed, say nay.
roll call, Mr.
Motion
Speaker.
prevails.
Roll call, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, ask for a roll call. Ask for a roll call, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, point of order.
State your point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I move a call of the House.
Seeing 10 hands, there will be a call of the House. The clerk will take the roll.
Mr. Speaker, I move that further proceedings of the roll call be dispensed with and that the Sergeant-at-Arms be instructed to bring in the absent members.
Representative Niska moves that further proceedings under the roll call be dispensed with and that the Sergeant-at-Arms be instructed to bring in the absent members. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed say nay. The motion prevails. The clerk will close the roll and the Sergeant-at-Arms will bring in the absent members. I feel the need to remind members that we are on discussion of the motion to suspend the rules, and Representative Keeler has the floor.
Thank you, Speaker. I just wanted to get back to what I was saying. I know it took us a little bit of time to get here, but I think this is a really important conversation for all of us to listen to and to be a part of. I know that all of us are sent here to do our job by constituents who want us to sit here and engage. What I said before we did the call of the House was, it's been clear that tonight a lot of people have been on their cell phones, not paying attention, standing up and interrupting when we are in the middle of really meaningful conversations. And what I said was, there will be a moment in time when generations that you don't even know yet will ask you, what did you do in this moment in time? What did you do? And I don't think people understand the weight of that, because you're only making a decision based on you in this one moment today. But what we know in the ripple effect of what happened in Red Lake in 2005 is that this impacts entire generations, generations that you don't even know yet. What I've also said is that there comes a point in time that you cannot just always align with your party because that's what your party requires you. Some of us have done different. I am a Democrat who has not always aligned with my party because it is right for the people that I serve. And now many of you may be coming here ready to push your button, but we know that there are some members that have districts that need you to stand up for your constituents. Thank you, Representative Greenman, for bringing this. Thank you for sharing extremely vulnerable, meaningful messages that parents and constituents needed us to do. This work is meaningful. This work is required. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for doing the hard work. Thank you, Representative Greenman.
I recognize the member from Ramsey, Representative Pinto.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I rise in support of the motion to recognize the urgent and devastating epidemic of gun violence that our state and our country have experienced. As a prosecutor, I handle many, many cases involving guns. Assaults made much more serious, threats made much more dangerous because of guns. I've seen that epidemic I referenced up close. And because of that perspective, I've worked on this issue for nearly 10 years, ever since I authored the bills for criminal background checks on gun sales and red flag orders. The bill we're discussing today actually contains another proposal of mine to reinstate the ban that our state had until quite recently on ghost guns. So that, members, gives me the advantage of perspective, because when we heard those prior two bills, we heard the same series of disingenuous objections and excuses that we have heard in these last hours. Somehow we hear these proposals are both extreme and also wouldn't actually do anything. We hear that they violate the Constitution, even though they are in use in other states right now in these very same United States of America under the same Constitution. Do you not understand that logic? This is happening currently in our country. And those bills became law, and guess what? The extreme predictions did not come to pass. And in fact, those proposals, those new laws, are working extremely well. I direct you to the evidence regarding the red flag laws especially. But members, I want to tell you today about something else, and tell you about a constituent who I actually never met, but with whom I feel a certain connection. Michelle Pletz was born in Korea and adopted by a family here when she was about a year old. That's the same as is true for my sister. She attended Highland Catholic Elementary, Cretin-Derham Hall. She was a small person with a big personality who loved piano and flute and performed Korean dance. And most of all, she was loved deeply by her parents, John and Diane. And in turn, she deeply loved her new son in the early months of his life. Members, on April 16th, 2014, Michelle was a student at St. Kate's, also my district, and she and her 8-month-old baby went to a meal with her ex-boyfriend. Now, he said that he just wanted to see the child, but he had recently been volatile and possessive and aggressive, and her dad, John, came along to that meal to keep her and the baby safe. Says John drove them all back in his car, him in the front seat, and the three of them in the back. John heard a pop, and then a second pop, and he felt something fly past him and hit the windshield. They struggled over a gun, he and the ex-boyfriend did. There were 2 more shots in his direction before the ex-boyfriend ran off. When Diane received the call that her daughter Michelle had been shot through the head, she, in her words, let out a, quote, primal scream of pain that cannot be described. She then, quote, fell to my knees and begged God to take me instead of her. Members, Michelle's son is now 13 years old. He's grown up without his mom, and his dad will be in prison for decades because of what he did. She's being raised now by Diane and John. They make clear, members, that Michelle's memory continues to be a blessing to all who knew her, and yet they miss her so deeply. And members, they have used that memory to advocate for other families so that they don't have to experience the effects of the uniquely American epidemic that we experience. Far too many in our families, members, have experienced gun violence. Yes, at schools, and remember, also at churches and concert halls and movie theaters, in their cars and in their homes. I've had the honor and the pain to get to know many of those families, both in my work as a prosecutor and as a legislator. Every single one of those is a tragedy. Members, please have those families in mind as you make policy. Have that situation in mind as you make policy. Stop the excuses. Protect the residents of our state as we are each called to do by our election certificate. Vote green for kids and for people and not guns. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Recognize a member from Ramsey, Representative Hollins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support today of Leader Long's amendment and Representative Greenman's bill, and I want to thank them both for bringing it forward. A lot of you know that everything I do here at the Capitol is inspired by my children. It's for their future, and it's for the future of all of our kids, all generations. I meet with students every single week. Some of them are constituents, some of them are just school groups because they want to meet a representative, and I'm a sucker and I always say yes. And the thing that I tell them is that I ask them, do you know what this place is called? And they're like, the Capitol. And I'm like, it's the people's house. This is the people's house. I tell them that the decisions we make here are going to impact their lives more than they impact my life. Because I already have my law degree. I own my house. I am married with a wonderful husband and I have beautiful children. But the decisions we make here, that impacts their future. And I tell them all the time, you can change what your future looks like. How incredible is that? You can organize and group together with people and work hard and talk to your legislators, and you can be engaged in politics and you can change the future. You can change the world. It's incredible. Today, students came here with a petition that 8,000 young people signed, asking GOP leadership to bring this bill up for a vote. Thousands of students have protested on the Capitol steps. They've walked out of their schools, they've sent letters and cards, and they have begged us to do something, anything, on guns. And I gotta tell you, I am proud of those students. I am damn proud of those students. They are incredible. They are doing the work. They're doing exactly what we tell them they should do to make a difference in their lives. But y'all won't even give them an opportunity to have this bill heard. I sit on public safety, and there was a student who testified in our public safety committee when the ban on assault rifles came up. She was a survivor of Annunciation, 12 years old, just like my daughter. And I could tell she was really nervous, but she did incredible. She spoke with passion, she spoke with eloquence. She was devoted to the idea. And of course, I've sat on this committee for 6 years now. I know what's going to happen. I know how the vote's going to go. But I totally lost composure when I watched her face crumple as she heard those no votes. She believed that she could change the world. She believed that she could make a difference for herself and for her fellow students. She tried to leave really quickly. I don't blame her. She was about to start crying. And before she left the room, I slipped her a piece of paper, and it's a message that I want to share with all the young people out there, all the students that signed that petition, including my daughter. Here's the message. You are amazing. Don't give up. This is your future. Fight for it. And here's my message to the other side of the aisle. If you are so certain that you are correct, that your data is accurate, that the people of Minnesota are with you policy-wise, then vote for the suspension of rules. Bring up this bill, have the debate, vote the way you want to vote. Provide transparency to the people. Aren't we always talking about how important transparency is? And yet, we can't get past this procedural motion so that the people of Minnesota can actually see how their legislators feel about this issue. Vote green and let the cards fall where they're going to. Let the people of Minnesota see where your vote lands. And I'll be honest, a bunch of you carry firearms wherever you're going, and yet you seem to utterly lack bravery. Have some guts. Believe in your convictions. Believe enough to not just yell on the floor. That's kind of easy to do, actually. Put your name on the board. Tell Minnesotans, tell children that guns are more precious to you than they are. Tell them. They deserve to know. Vote green.
I recognize a member from Hennepin, Representative Long.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to start by just thanking the members who have shared their own stories, who've shared stories of their constituents, who've shared stories of Minnesotans tonight, and the Minnesotans who asked for their stories to be shared and gave permission for their stories to be shared about the impacts that gun violence have had on them. We have heard a lot of excuses this session about why we can't move forward on a comprehensive gun violence prevention bill. We heard we should only act on a bipartisan solution. Well, guess what? The bill we have before us tonight is a bipartisan solution. It is supported by a large majority of Minnesotans on a bipartisan basis. We heard that the Senate didn't have the votes, so why should we be talking about this? Well, we saw that that wasn't true. We heard that the bill was under review. Well, it became clear that that was just an excuse, that there was never an intent to let the bill that passed the Senate come up to the House. It has been 10 days since the Senate passed the bill, but even more importantly, it has been 260 days since the tragedy at Annunciation School. We heard some sympathy from the other side of the aisle tonight, and I appreciate those of you who were actually willing to acknowledge the pain that we're here to talk about. But we also heard the same old excuses. You can't stop this, it's going to happen anyway. Hammers kill people too. Well, let's take a quick poll. Would a hammer kill more people or an assault weapon with a high-capacity magazine? Who thinks a hammer? Who thinks an assault weapon with a high-capacity magazine? Does an assault weapon kill more people than a machine gun? We ban machine guns. Where's the outcry there? Where's the argument that that violates the Second Amendment? The argument that machine guns are needed for self-defense, that there is a God-given right to possess a machine gun. The public expects us to put reasonable restrictions on weapons to keep us safe, and the Constitution allows that. The Annunciation shooter went through 4 magazines of ammunition firing 116 rounds, and they had more magazines on hand. We know what the evidence says. Assault rifles are responsible for 85% of mass shooting deaths. 135% more people are shot, and 57% more people are killed in mass shooting when large capacity magazines are used. We know this bill works. I have the honor to represent many Annunciation families. Annunciation is a beloved part of our community in Southwest Minneapolis. I attended both the funerals of 8-year-old Fletcher Merkel and 10-year-old Harper Moisky. They were nearly the same age as my kids from the same community. And I watched at those funerals kids just like mine grappling with what it means to lose a classmate, a friend, a family member. Our Minneapolis community is grieving. Our Minnesota community is grieving. And they will not accept the answer that this is normal, that this is inevitable. It is not. We know this bill will save lives. And for all of us, kids' lives should come first. Today's vote could show Minnesotans the tide is turning, that we hear them about the need to take gun violence seriously, that we're listening to the victims, to the students, to the doctors, to the families. Hold the vote. Hold the vote. Hold the vote. You heard those cries today. This is not the vote we wanted. We wanted a vote on the Senate Comprehensive Gun Violence Prevention Package so we could send it to the governor. We did not want a supermajority urgency vote, but it's the vote we have today. The public is demanding action. Please do what you know is right. Do what your constituents believe is right. Vote green.
I recognize a member from Anoka, Representative Niska.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And we all know that it is our job here at the Minnesota House to make policy for our state to protect everybody. And every student in every school should be safe, and we don't always agree on every single way to do that. But Republicans, since last summer, have been reaching our hands out to anyone who was willing to work across the aisle on solutions for school safety, on solutions for the many difficult problems that Minnesota has gone through, including what we all experienced in this body as members of this body on June 14th. But we've also been crystal clear that difficult policy issues like this have to go through a normal committee process, and especially when we're talking about bills criminalizing people with major constitutional questions, with major due process questions. The changes that are proposed in the law that's before us today are not minor. Sweeping gun control provisions with significant constitutional implications. As lawmakers, we have an obligation not to just jump urgently to pass something that hasn't been vetted, but to carefully listen to testimony, evaluate the legal concerns, and understand the real-world consequences of the bills that are before us. We heard a lot of stories, heart-wrenching stories. But the author of the bill before us today couldn't answer basic questions about how the bill works, about who it would criminalize. This bill is not ready, no matter how urgent the problem is, to pass. We heard a lot of insistence, a lot of denial. We are not engaging in political theater. This isn't drama. Well, actions speak louder than words, and your actions have given away that this is political theater. We heard about protests and petitions. We even heard claims that there was going to be a sit-in to get a vote. And now we're on 6 hours of Democrats filibustering their own bill to come to a vote. Yeah, we've all been around here. We know that sometimes the party that doesn't want a bill to pass will filibuster. This is the only time I'm aware of that someone threatening a protest, threatening a sit-in to get a vote, filibusters their own bill. And we heard reference to the Senate finally passing this bill. Well, Democrats had a trifecta in 23 and 24. They couldn't get the votes to pass it. And the only reason they got the votes this year is because the deciding votes in the Senate openly said to constituents the only reason that they were considering voting for this bill was that it had, quote, no chance of becoming law in the House. Minnesotans, see through your theater. This isn't a serious effort to produce a bipartisan public safety solution. I think the vote tonight's going to show that. There's been no serious effort to reach across the aisle by Democrats. If there were, there are bipartisan areas we could move on immediately, and we've been talking about those for months. Republicans have been proposing investment in school safety infrastructure, mental health support, anonymous threat reporting systems, and stronger protections for students and teachers. Those are practical bipartisan solutions that can actually improve safety without trampling on constitutional rights. But here's how we really know that what you're talking about is theater. Because when it comes to protecting our safety, when it comes to protecting the safety of this place, which we agree is an important thing, Democrats are willing to allow those bipartisan discussions to go forward without conditioning them on gun control. But when it comes to protecting our students, all we've heard over and over again in public, but especially behind closed doors, is that you won't help students on the things we can agree on unless there's gun bans. Minnesotans, see through your theater. Minnesotans, see through holding students hostage to your partisan agenda. Because the standard you hold when it comes to school safety mysteriously disappears when we're talking about safety here at the Capitol. We'll continue until midnight Sunday to work on measures that can actually pass, that can actually become law, that can improve safety, that are proven. Democrats can continue to focus on symbolic fights. We'll see what happens on the vote tonight, but Minnesotans want us to engage in serious politics. They sent us here in a divided legislature because they want bipartisan solutions, not performative politics. And when serious issues like this are involved, when criminalizing people is involved, seriousness matters. This is not a serious motion. Members vote no.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, the author, Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Sharing hundreds of stories of Minnesotans isn't a filibuster. It's not theater, it's democracy. This debate is important, it is serious, and it is urgent. And like so many people outside this chamber, tonight members on both sides of the aisle have shared stories of unspeakable tragedy and pain. And Madam Speaker, I'd like to ask for a moment of silence for everyone we talked about and lost.
Members, please stand. for a moment of silence.
When you pray, move your feet. Kids, families, and Minnesotans have been moving their feet with their stories and their voices, imploring us to take urgent action to protect kids from this epidemic of gun violence. So before you vote today on whether to declare urgent action on this comprehensive plan to address gun violence, I want you to keep in your heart what Harper's mom, Jackie, reminded us before our committee vote. Before you vote, out of respect for what happened in Minnesota, that day, please remember these 3 sounds. 1, the sound of 2 full minutes of gunfire echoing through a sacred space while children tried to hide. 2, the sound of heartbreaking grief so deep it changes the lives of everybody around it. And 3, the sound of us singing together before we walked into this room. We gathered and sang. Minnesotans can be brave. Families, survivors, our kids have all done their jobs. And now it is time for us to do ours. Members, please join me. Please join me in voting to declare an urgency to address gun violence in our state.
The clerk will take the roll. Members, the House is under call. You must vote. The clerk will call the names of the members participating remotely.
Hill.
Hill, yes.
Hill.
One more time. Hill, yes.
Hill votes aye. Momani Hiltsley.
Momani Hiltsley, aye.
Momani Hiltsley votes aye.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 67 ayes and 67 nays, the motion does not prevail.